Um, wearing this similar Maryland shirt. Um, but yeah, I'm still eating. But there's no one on yet, so no biggie. Tell you what I am gonna do though. I'm gonna schedule one of my YouTube videos.
My name is Brayden. I was 5 years
Fortunately, I
old
can't
when
get
I came
copyrighted
to
for
see you.
commercials.
I'll
Don't have
try to
any,
shorten the story.
so I can't control that.
So, I've been having.
Now welcome
So,
to another lightning response video where this time
let me go ahead and save this video for myself later. And there we go. Put on some. I guess I'm gonna put on some Japanese music. Uh, guys, you can hear that? Okay. Change. Let me change my filter here. I wonder why I can't change my filter. My chat filter, that is. I'm gonna change my chat filter so I can get all my chats, good and bad. Agatha, are you here? Miss Needle, are you here? Let's see. Huh. Oh, there's the chat filter. Couldn't get it at first. There we go. Sigma Caden says, "What's up?" All right. This retard can go. Some retard asked me, was I live streaming in jail? Fucking dumb. You can go too, you fucking retard. I'm not putting up with anybody's dumbass shit. If you're fucking retarded, don't even come to my channel because I'm gonna roast the fuck out of you. Goodbye, bitch. You're going. Squirtle Gaming says hello. What's up? Mm-mm. So, what's up, Roman? So, for those who don't know, the last couple of days I've been doing live streams about the paranormal. The first one didn't go too well because although I did get a lot of attention, the chat room was all over the place. The comments in the chat room were completely scattershot. So so I decided from that night I'm gonna continue with the paranormal discussion, but I'm gonna have it on specific topics within the paranormal or occult or what we call the extra scientific. So Thursday I talked about astrology. Then last night we talked about psychic readings, stuff like that. So tonight we're going to talk about spirits because yesterday we glanced, well, we touched upon people who consider themselves mediums, people who can talk to the dead. So that brings up today spirits. as a natural like continuation of that discussion from last night. Let me check these messages. Talib Qureshi says hi. What's up, Talib? Um, eating chicken nuggets, supper burger. Tiffany sounds retarded, so she's gone. Mitch says all you need is Will Ferrell cowbell. I don't get it. Um, Pepsi Man says, "Do you know KSI?" Don't know what the fuck that who that is or what that is. Someone's asking me to support them. Don't know who the fuck they are, so they're going timeout. Squirrel Game says, "Oh yes, I love the paranormal." You may love the paranormal, but you're probably not going to like how we discuss it here. But have at it. Hope you do enjoy. We'll see. Anna Schumer says, "Hi, what's up, Anna?" Squirtle says, "I do that in my apartments." What what do you do in your apartments? Big truck by guy says, "Is your mint green walls?" They're not actually. Uh, well, that wasn't my coloring decision. The walls used to be more of a beige color, but you know most people consider beige walls kind of bland and blah, so changed them to blue. I think that's because you know uh, it's done by an older person. Older people, for some reason, people from the baby boomer generation have this huge thing with like sea colored type stuff in the house. Like if you go to anyone's house, there's probably a baby boomer. They probably make their bathroom look like something from the beach. Like they'll have like like seashells and beach colored. I mean, not be like watercolored paint walls and pictures of like ships and stuff on the wall. So not my thing. I don't know what color I would actually prefer, but wouldn't be this aqua color. Besides that, who has like things on their wall and in prison like degrees and certifications and stuff like that? That's just fucking retarded. I don't care what they whoever said that still is retarded because no one's fucking live streaming from jail. This it's just fucking dumb. Like anyone who says that is just fucking retarded. And I'm gonna say it. Since now we had the red wave and people can actually speak their mind now and be free to say what they actually think, I'm gonna say what I actually think. And if I think someone's being retarded, I'm just gonna fucking say it. If you don't like it, then take your Gen Z ass over to TikTok because this ain't for you. I don't deal with young kids and retarded grown men who have low testosterone. I'm gonna call you out. And if I see you saying something blatantly racist against either me or someone else, I'm also gonna kick you out. Someone said I'm smacking my mouth like a toddler. Yeah, like the way your mom does on my dick. Uranus. Anyway, big truck by guy says drives people kooky. Colors on the wall does not drive people kooky. That's their own personal mental illness. If a particular color on the wall drives you crazy, that's probably your personal mental illness. Not there's nothing by the nature of that color that would make someone drive people crazy. The reason why the actual walls have different colors throughout the house is because my mother was inspired by her Mexican friends at the time who have very colorful homes. If you've been in many people's homes, they're like Mexican or of Latin American descent. They like colors. They like having bright colored walls, and that's where she got the inspiration from. Um, I don't know what these two guys are talking about. KSI says, "Hey mate," the other one says, "KSI is my daddy." So he just needed to go on timeout. He needed to go do some fucking push-ups, get the bitch out of him. Anna says, "What is the topic of the conversation?" So the topic of the conversation are spirits, real or not. Um, I've been doing a series of live streams talking about the paranormal, starting back Wednesday, Wednesday night, I think. And the one on Wednesday night didn't go well because it wasn't very focused, so people didn't really ask any questions germane to the actual topic. So I decided from that night I'm gonna continue the discussion about the paranormal, but give specific topics on every day instead of just talking about paranormal in the abstract. So the following night, that Thursday night, I talked about astrology. Then last night I talked about psychic readings. And tonight we're going to talk about spirits because one of the things we talked about with psychic readings yesterday was mediums and how. So, yesterday I did a whole breakdown of how psychic readings aren't real and how people trick people into believing those things are real. And I gave a whole breakdown so you can check that out. I uploaded that live stream from last night so people can check that out. So, today, since one of the conversations were on mediums, mediums are psychics who pretend that they can speak to the dead. I figured why not continue that conversation with a talk about whether spirits themselves are real. So that is the topic of the conversation. That is the topic du jour, or more specifically, the topic um, de nuit because it's nighttime. So Squirtle Gaming says my apartments were made above an old graveyard, so they are haunted. So they are all haunted. People have died here too. Well, if you look at the history of humanity, people have died everywhere. So literally every place. If hauntings were real, literally every part of the earth should be haunted, except for like maybe the Arctic and the Antarctic. But clearly everywhere else on the globe, people have lived in some point in history. So literally every place should be haunted. But we don't see that. We only see that in specific places and locales, which means that these are just what people believe. Uh, Mitch Miller says UFOs. That might be saved for a different night, Mitch. That might be a good one to go over. That's gonna get a lot of. That's guaranteed to get a lot of debate, but we'll save that for another day because that would take us too far astride from this conversation, which is just gonna be on spirits, ghosts, poltergeists, um, that sort of thing, right? Bill Guys says that Stephen A. Smith. I look literally nothing like Stephen A. Smith. You're just a fucking retard. There's literally nothing about me that looks like Steven Smith. Literally nothing other than we're both black. There's literally nothing we're not the same shade. We don't have the same hairline. We don't have the same hairstyle. We don't have the same facial hair. I have none. He has a beard. Like, fucking dumb. Like I said, I'm not gonna put up with anybody shit. I'm just gonna kick you out the fucking platform. You say anything out of pocket, you either getting timed out or your username is getting permanently banned. So the question is, are spirits real or not? And what makes you think they are, or what makes you think they aren't? I'm gonna give my opinion on that shortly, but I'll let people give their own views on that first. Hope hopefully my moderator will take interest in this. Miss Nito, if you're here, can you let me know? Um, Sky says, "What is your opinion on mediums or clairvoyance?" So that's what we're getting onto today, Sky. So I've already talked about mediums yesterday a bit, where I talked about all the tricks they use to pretend that they can speak to the dead, or all the tricks they use to claim they're giving people psychic readings. So I went over that bit yesterday. So to give sort of a summarization of that, I was saying there's a lot of tricks of the trade. Pretty much, mediums and psychics use tricks that magicians use, which are called mentalists. And one of the biggest debunkers of psychics and mediums and clairvoyance and all that sort of stuff was the amazing James Randi, who just died quite a few years back. He was one of the co-founders of the skeptical movement back in the 70s. And, you know, the reason he was able to debunk what these frauds do is because they use the same tricks the magicians do, which he was a professional magician. So whereas they could fool scientists who tend to take things on good faith, a magician doesn't, because they know the same tricks that these paranormalists do. So he was able to to debunk people like that. So when I talked about like astrological readings and other sorts of psychic readings, I was saying one of the things they use is a trick called the Forer or effect, which is also called subjective validation, or the fallacy of personal validation, or the P.T. Barnum effect. They all refer to the phenomena by which someone will make a prediction or a um, a narrative about someone's personality so vague that it can generally fit anybody to which it's applied. And this is how horoscopes trick people. They're made so vague that they can pretty much fit anyone, regardless of which sign you're actually looking at. Another trick of the trade is what is called cold reading skills. Cold reading skills is an elaborate form of guesswork where the person just looks at a person by the way they dress, how they look, their age, their gender, their geographic location, their appearance, whatever, and starts making just blind guesses, and then they pinpoint stuff. And what happens is, through another phenomenon called confirmation bias, these people will remember all the hits that the psychic gets and then forget all the misses or ignore all the misses. So in cold reading skills, like I said, with the infamous John Edwards back in the day, he would be like, "I'm sensing someone in the crowd that has a husband named Bill. Is it William? Is it Billy? Maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's Willie." And someone in the audience be, "Oh yeah, yeah, that's me. That's me. My husband. His name was William. Oh, yes, that's who I was sensing, man. Yeah." And I'm sensing William was like, uh, very close to you. And she's like, "Oh yes, we loved each other." No shit. Anyway, so then they're like, "Oh well," and I'm sensing. Like one of his favorite colors was like blue, or was it green? Does that sound right to you? Or no, it's aqua blue, or maybe even gray. Oh yeah, well he actually liked brown. Oh yeah, yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I knew it was a dark color of some sort. Brown. That's actually now, yeah, that's what I'm seeing now. Brown. And he says he really misses you, and he used to like that that dress that you wore with the pearls. She's like, well, I never had pearls. Oh, I'm sorry. Some things will get fuzzy to me, but it was a dress, some sort of necklace. She's like, well, I have a brooch. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what it was, the brooch. This sort of thing continues, right? This is the trick. But what's even more sinister is that they have something called warm reading skills, which is the warm reading skills is when the people come into these shows, these psychic shows, or they go to these psychic seminars or whatever. They actually have the people fill out a questionnaire before they talk to the psychic. This questionnaire is then taken by one of the psychic's assistants and given to them prior to the seance or the reading or whatever. And then they already have all this knowledge of the person a priori, so they can read this stuff off, and it seems like they know so much about them. So this is warm reading skills. Another thing that the amazing James Randi found that they were doing with these warm reading skills was even more sinister. I think he caught the psychic James Van Prague doing this, and he caught a few televangelists doing this too. I forgot which televangelist. I don't know if it was Jim Baker or one of the other televangelists, but when he caught them doing this, they had a earpiece in their ear, and their assistant was feeding them information from the person that they filled out, or the person was in the audience and their assistant was out there and they was giving them information about them person. And so when they called it out on stage, the person thought that either the psychic or the televangelist actually knew something about them prior to them appearing, which they really didn't. So that was another sinister trick they used. And then another technique I talked about yesterday was called the ideomotor effect. This is what explains the Ouija board, dowsing, when you have like a divining rod or something like that, and it explains facilitated communication, whereby people like these disabled children, someone would guide their fingers and make it like they can still like spell out stuff. So those were all the tricks of the trade that I talked about yesterday. And since I got into talking about the mediums like James Van Prague and John Edwards, I was like, well, let's go into spirits today. All right, so back with the chat room. I know I'm way behind now. Guillermo Andrade says, "Hi, friend. What's up?" Um, nah, I'm gonna time anyone out there. Just a grown man calling me baby, so that's done. Eliane says, "Hi, what's up?" Cleopatra says, "You are handsome." Oh, I hope you're a woman because I don't take compliments from men. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, anything fugazi LGBTQ up in here, I will boot you out. I don't put up with that. I don't care what your lifestyle is, but don't approach me with that. Um, Ellie, and don't even worry about them. Anyone calling me racist stuff, I'm just gonna boot them off my channels so they can't return. But I appreciate it. Um, Squirtle says for real, Jackson being racist. Yeah, he's gone though. I guess it's good night. I'm here. No, I see. Thank you for doing your due diligence, helping me moderate the conversation. Crisp, crispy bacon, crispy bacon. That's funny. Crispy bacon. That's pretty funny. He says a nice blue. By the way, guys, I hope you like the background music. It is called "Beautiful Japanese Music for Soul and Relaxation." I might switch to anime if I'm feeling froggy. Uh, Marley Cute says it's my birthday. That's what's up. Crispy Bacon says Jackson is BSA. Well, he's already been booted out. It might take us a few minutes to catch that stuff, but once I catch it, they're done. Rian says hi, bro. What's up, Rian? Oh, oh Ryan, I'm sorry. Kenwood 709 says I hear New Zealand is plagued with racism. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, most westernized societies have most westernized nations have built their fortune off of off of ethnic minorities, so it wouldn't be a surprise. New Zealand, I'm pretty sure they exploited the Maori, right? Australia, they exploited Aborigines. America, they exploited Indians and black people. The UK exploited everybody. So yeah. Uh, Someone has some Korean username, so I don't know what that name is, unfortunately. Squirtle Games says I like your channel, appreciate it. Mitchie says what happened. As far as what? Crispy Bacon says yeah, call everyone out. Oh, I am. Squirtle Games says hey, I'm 10, but I'm smart. My IQ is 104. If you're 10, you should not be in this live stream. This is for adults. Um, no one on no one under 16 should be in this live stream. I've specifically made this should only I specifically, made my live stream that says not for kids. Um, Someone like you should not be in an unadulterated space without a guardian present. Uh, Carl says Trump 2024. What's trending says how do you pronounce water? Jesus, oh my God, what are you doing? What does it look like I'm doing? Doing a live stream. Uh, Darius says that couch you sitting on look dirty as hell. Yeah, like your mother's pussy. But everyone keeps going to her though, even though there's a ring around it. Anyway, genitals is high. Atheist says then I colored her walls. Sugar walls. I don't know why people keep repeating Trump and the like he's already been elected, guys. Like you guys are just look, as much as I make fun of people on the left, I will make fun of people on the right when they act just as kooky. Just like they need to be better losers, we need to be good winners, right? We need to be no sore losers and no sore winners. Okay. I mean, we can gloat a little bit, but what's the point in putting that up when the election is already over? Like, anyone whose whole personal identity revolves around politics is probably a loser. I'm just gonna say that straight up, and that's regardless of which side you're on. Like, if your whole personal identity shouldn't revolve around politics. The election is literally over. Our guy won. There's no point to keep saying Trump 2024 when the election is over. That doesn't really make any sense. Like, that means your whole personal identity is around the worship, political worship of another person. That's pretty sad. Your guy won. Now, now it's time to do the work. So that's it. The girl choice says, "Do you love Jesus?" No, never met him. Rafika says, hello, I'm from Indonesia. Just want to say you're very handsome. Well, thank you, but I don't like compliments from other men. I find that I find that sus. TJ Gamer says, where am I? Don't know, don't care. Little says, I subscribe. Appreciate a little. Appreciate that a lot. Crispy Bacon is trending. Shut up. I've already timed him out, Crispy. Because, like I said, I'll actually, what, like, people who've been on my channel know which way I voted and whom I supported. But to keep talking about it now that the election is over doesn't make any sense. It just seems weird at this point. Like, some people whose whole personal identity is wrapped up in politics have mental health problems. And we're not, and on top of that, we're not going to make this a political discussion because that's not what this is about. That's why I'm going through and curating the chat room, getting rid of anyone who's not talking about what's going to be the topic, which is, do people think spirits exist? Have they experienced spirits? Either observing them, hearing them, knowing others who have, or talking to people whom they knew when they were alive, now beyond the grave, like stuff like that. Have people gone to like psychics or mediums to talk to dead relatives and loved ones? Crispy says trending. I agree, but no spamming, please. Exactly. Like I said, they're so, like, it's weird when they're spamming about something that's already taken place. Like that's just weird to me as well, Crispy. I'm glad someone else agrees with me. Like I said, even though we're all on the same team, but it's still weird. Pixis, so like Luigi's Mansion or nah. I don't know anything about Luigi's Mansion, so that went right over my head. GJC says, evening. What's up, GJC? It's getting weird again today, bro. Justice. Catherine says, how long have you been married? Well, that's a subject for another day. So, guys, if you want to drop a question on a topic not related to today's topic, which is spirits, put it in the super chat. Mm. Fortunately, my French is also, I don't know what Salty Boyle said. Um, Agnes says, thanks, Little, for your sub. Yes, thank you. Justice says, do you believe spirits attack relationships and friendships? I don't think so, but I'm curious, how do you think they would attack them? Do you mean like they physically attack the people in the relationships, or do you mean like they do something on like a psychological level or on some undefined level to alter people's relationships and friendships? I'm not sure how that. I'm not exactly sure how that would work. So I was wondering what you mean by that, because I would be curious. I've never heard anything like that. Usually when I hear people say spirits attack them, they usually mean like they like actually like attack them. So um, I, I wouldn't know. I mean, you probably got to spell it out a little bit better for me. George Burton says, I have seen them. You've seen them? You sure? So again, I'm gonna wait to give my opinion on this stuff, but I wanted to get people's thoughts on this first before I give my own uh, views, like I did yesterday, that I gave on psychics. Because I didn't have too much conversation yesterday, I actually gave my views right away to get the conversation rolling. But here, since there's more participation, I can go ahead and just get people's views first, and then I can kind of spell out my own. Timekeeper says, explain contrarian to me. It's in my bios. I don't see the need to keep doing that. It's literally in my about section. I'm not going to explain the definition of my name when you have Google at your fingertips. I'm just not going to do that. I've literally spelled out what contrarian means 1,000 times. It's not a big SAT word. So I'm not going to do that. Unless you want to drop a cash app. I mean, yeah, if you want to drop a cash app or you want to drop a super chat, I'll talk to you all day about what contrarian means, but I'm not going to do it because that's not the topic of this conversation. Wayne Ray says, "Hi, what's up, Wayne?" Big Truck by God says, "Do you live in India?" No. Where would you get India from? That's kind of a far stretch, unless you're referring to someone else in the chat room. I don't see how you get India me from from me speaking English right now with no accent. Well, with no foreign accent. Pick. I don't know what shit you on. I don't care about what you say is mean. I don't give a shit. If you don't like it, you can go to another stream, bro. I know you mean the country India. I'm saying I don't know where you got the thought that I was in India. Timekeeper says, "Yeah, that was stupid." I agree. He said, "Do you eat corn the long way?" What? Crispy Bacon says, "I have seen a UFO up close. I'm not sure. I believe even after that." Well, again, I want to save UFOs for another day because that's actually a pretty good topic. Today is about ghosts and spirits. Like, have people seen ghosts? I tried to say spirits to make it more objective sounding, but when I'm talking about spirits, I mean ghosts. Okay. Uh, so let's save UFOs for another day. I might do that tomorrow. Salty Boy says you like Echo from Arcane. I have no idea who that is. Guys, that Gen Z stuff, I don't know. I don't care. Look, if you're talking about anything from video games, I don't know what stuff. If it's from a video game, I don't know what it is. If it's from something from TikTok or Twitch or something stupid like that that appeals to people under 30, don't know what it is. Don't care. If it has nothing to do with martial arts, fighting, anime, science, philosophy, the news, politics, history, it's not going to be something that's salient to me. I don't care about video games and stupid, dumb shit like that that makes people have lower IQs. I really don't care. So if you, uh, no, sorry. Pick says you look kind of like, okay, now you're gonna. I look nothing like Steven Smith, and I'm gonna put you on timeout because you're just saying dumbass shit. You sound retarded. Anywho, Danilo says I'm from Brazil. What's going on? News from a biased perspective says, what about the physics the police get to solve unsolved crimes? Huh? Oh, psychic. When you say physics, I think you mean psychics. I answered that yesterday too when I talked about psychics, and I said if you look at law, if you look at the data, if you look at crime statistics and data, there has never been a single case solved through through police through through um, psychic detectives. There's never been one case solved by psychic detectives. Not you can peruse through all this crime statistics and data. any case, and there has been cases in the past that made national news, like on whether we talking about CNN or Fox or whatever, and they've brought on these so-called psychic detectives, and they, I think one of them was like what, Susan Brown or whatever, I don't know, but they have never solved a single case. Not one law enforcement officer that says yes, the psychic actually helped us close this case. Never happened. They're useless. They're just wasting taxpayers' money. They're just literally a waste of taxpayers' money to bring these people on to help law enforcement. The thing to solve law enforcement, the thing to help law enforcement solve cases was just good old fashioned detective work. That's it. Good old fashioned detective work and luck. That's it. None of them have been solved by a medium, a psychic detective, a clairvoyant, someone with ESP. None of that. None of that's ever been solved by one of them. So to answer your question, like I said, I did bring that up actually yesterday in the previous stream. So you can check that, guys. If you are interested, go check out that stream from yesterday. It's actually not bad. Crispy says I like what Houdini did. James Randi was great too. Yep, Houdini was a great skeptic before skepticism was even a movement. Houdini told people that people don't come back from the dead. You can't communicate with people from the dead. And I think he and his wife had even set something up to say if it is true that you could, you know, there's life after death, that they would communicate with each other and all this sort of stuff. So Houdini was a great skeptic in his time too. Again, it makes sense. Most magicians know all the tricks that psychics and mediums use to trick people, which is why magicians, magicians and mentalists and people like that make such great debunkers of that sort of fake phenomena. Houdini was one of them. James Randi was definitely another. Rest in peace to James Randi. P. Diddy says, "Why are you pretending to look white when you're black? You are obviously not even. You're a fucking tether. I don't talk to fucking dumbass tethers like you. I'm full. I'm foundational Black American. I'm more black than you ever will be. You're probably some fucking tether from Africa. Go fuck an elephant or something. Like, let Black Americans do what they do here. I don't. How do I pretend to look white? You stupid dick sucking monkey motherfucker. You will never be back on this channel. I don't like tethers. Get the fuck off my channel." Helen Michelle says Brian Edward did a bunch of cold readings though. Can't really compare. Are you talking about John Edwards? And I brought up the whole cold reading skills. I learned you weren't on the. I don't think you were on when I just basically showed how cold readings work. And I didn't even do it that well. There are people who've been doing cold readings for like decades, so they're really good at it. But it's just elaborate guesswork. That's all it is. And John Edwards, James Van Prague, all these other psychic mediums, they all use the same exact same trick. Crispy says Houdini, he was ever not sure, so he had a password he gave his wife and they never guessed it right. Guys, if you come to this channel, please speak English because the rest of the chat room nor myself will understand what you're saying. And if you're trying to say something, if you're trying to slide someone, or you're trying to slide me by hiding it under another language, I have Google Translate. Sky says I don't like people taking advantage of anyone, especially when they have lost a loved one. Exactly, but that's what these people do. These mediums, they take advantage of people's grieving in desperation and pretend that they can talk to their loved ones for them to fleece them out of money. I find it a very degenerate thing to do. Absolutely. Crispy Bacon says you know your stuff. Thank you. I recommend people get like a subscription to Skeptical Inquirer. It can put anyone on game for all this sort of stuff. You know, and the Skeptical Inquirer is published by the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, or SCI. It used to be called Sci Cop back in the day, but they shortened it to Sci. And they are under the parent organization, the Center for Inquiry, which also publishes some other magazines as well. Like they published something on secular humanism, and they published another magazine as well. So I think they have like at least three publications, maybe four, under the Center for Inquiry, but specifically the Skeptical Inquirer is published under their company, the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, and it has the people who make up the board for the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry are a really good bunch. The 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 Daniel Dennett, who just passed, was part of it. Neil deGrasse Tyson's part of it. Steven Pinker is part of it. This physicist from my old university, I think his name is Stephen Park or something. He's part of it. Elizabeth Loftus, who discovered who was one of the people who brought to light the false memory syndrome. She's part of it. Um, so many eminent philosophers and scientists are part of Lawrence Krauss, Stephen Nye. I mean, not Bill Nye, the science guy. He's part of it. Um, a lot of the folks, a lot of scientific minded folks. Oh, I did kick out Diddy Crispy. It just took me a while by the time I scrolled down. But all the stuff I'm seeing him say, like I've already deleted all this stuff. Fax says, "Can you talk about them again?" Which stuff are you talking about? Agatha says, "Please like, share, and subscribe. Thanks. Thank you." Fax says, "Can you talk about the dowsing rods and Ouija boards movement again?" So I did already mention. I say it was caused by the ideomotor effect. So it's facilitated communication. They're all done by something called the ideomotor effect. The ideomotor effect is basically unconscious muscle movement done when people are performing these sorts of things, and they have they conjure images in their heads of the sort of things that they already want to know, and which unconsciously directs the movement of their hands. So when you have a Ouija board, there's this little pointer on the board that you direct to the different words or different letters, which is called a planchette. And everyone whose hand is on a planchette unconsciously moves it to make it spell out what they want it to spell out. The dowsing rod, same thing. You're moving it to where you want it to move. Facilitated communication with disabled children when you guide their fingers to spell out things. Same thing. The ideomotor effect. Um, Crispy Bacon says thanks. Well, you're welcome. Kate says you don't accept compliments from men. Absolutely not. Not no. I'm straight. Absolutely not, Kate. When I mean no compliments, obviously, I'm talking about physical compliments. Like no straight guy wants to hear another man say you look good, or stuff like that. That should be pretty patently obvious, except to Gen Z who think everything is the colored rainbow nowadays. I shouldn't say that because not a lot of Gen Z have actually rejected uh, all this alternative lifestyle stuff, no matter how much they push it in public education. Fact, facts is I can't stand anime. It's too hectic for me. Well, that's your personal preference. When I say I'm gonna play anime, I meant the music because this music is a little too slow for me right now, and I want something a little bit more energetic.
Shopping for health insurance is my favorite thing to do. Just kidding, it's not. That's why I tell everyone about health markets. And how
Sorry,
sometimes
guys, I'm about to
health agents
sneeze.
take the time to help me find the right
Oh,
plan.
now it's
So
not
whether
gonna
it's a
come
new
out because I said I'm gonna
prescription
sneeze.
or a new plan,
Hate when that happens, right?
What are the facts that mean the difference from logic?
Um,
Whether it's creating lasting memories, saving for what's ahead, finding the next
J.A.C
step,
says we can put a man on the
experiences
moon,
shape
but they
how
can't
we
make
live.
cough medicine taste half decent. No, this actually it's because of the usually the active ingredient, like depending on the type of cough medicine, like codeine or whatever, it has a very medicinal taste to it. That's why. But there are some better than others though. But you're right. For the most part, cough medicine tastes horrible. At least you, at least I don't think you were around like when the parents used to make you have cod liver oil. Like my mother used to give me cod liver oil for everything. But if I was, but sometimes at least you would get the cherry flavored cod liver oil. But it was disgusting. And yes, cod liver oil. Like anytime you were sick in the 70s or 80s, your parents would get you some goddamn cod liver oil. It was not a great time. Oh, here's a new one. Anime openings mix full songs. Okay, try this one. Dave says everyone exploits everyone is not unique to anyone. That's not true. Everyone does not exploit everyone. And even if that, and okay, and even if everyone did exploit everyone, that doesn't mean that they should. This is called the is you're doing committing what's called the is ought fallacy. And I'm not attacking you personally. I'm just saying this is just a teaching moment, right? The is ought fallacy, which is also sometimes called the naturalistic fallacy, is when you take a statement of fact and translate it to a, a statement of value. So you say, well, everyone exploits everyone. It's not unique to anyone. So you're going from the fact that yes, a lot of people are manipulative to the fact that people are, since they are, they simply ought to be anyway. That's, it shouldn't be punished. That doesn't follow. Even if a lot of people are manipulative or you know selfish, doesn't mean they ought to be or should be, right? Or that we should, or better yet, that we should excuse it when it happens. Just because a lot of people are manipulative doesn't mean we should we should let it go. We should let it slide. No, we shouldn't. If we if we see if we see things that are maladaptive, malfeasant, we should call it out and try to to stymie it so it doesn't spread. Besides, it causes real misery in others, regardless of how widespread or it is or not. So, uh, Sky says, I remember when I was younger, there was an article in the newspaper about a house near me that they said had poltergeist activity, things being thrown, drawers opening, etc. What area was that, Sky? If if you don't mind telling us. Cole Chriswell says, Jesus brought me to this channel tonight, man. I hope you and your family get blessed abundantly. Prayers for whatever is going on right now behind the curtains. This curtains? No, that's just the window. But I appreciate it. I'm not religious myself, but I can appreciate the sentiment. Addie Bagus Albab says hello. What's up? Kate Kazor says what's up on do good once a spiritual warfare all day. We gonna call. Earth Angel says strong. Kazor, well, I'm not gonna repeat that. Ever Ice says hi man. Kazor says here. How about this? Here's the truth. Momentary smut says any Ouija stories. Actually, I do have a Ouija story. But I actually talked about it yesterday. I'll bring it up again. But I literally gave this whole story yesterday, and I've given it like months ago as well. I know no one's gonna remember what I did months ago if they were even here. But I did do one yesterday. So a lot of you weren't here yesterday, so I'll repeat the story. So first time I seen Ouija board, I remember my best friend when I lived in Chicago back in the 80s had one, but we never used it. And I'm actually surprised he had one. But in any case, we never used it. The first time I used it, I was 17. This is back in 1995. To give context, and at the time, I had this huge crush on this Latina girl. Most of the majority of people in my neighborhood were Latino, and a bunch of them were my friends. And I had a crush on this Latina girl named Christina. She liked me. I liked her, but she didn't want to go with me because I had made the mistake of asking out her best friend before I asked her out. And for some reason, she felt some sort of obligation to not date me because I've asked her friend out prior to her. I don't get that. Unless the only thing I can think is that her friends explicitly asked her not to date me. That's what I think. Any case, so my friends had made up a ruse to get her to come out and hang out with us all late at night and to try to, see if she would date me. So my friend had a Ouija board. We brought the Ouija board out to the schoolyard that was like right next to where we lived. She came out, he came out, uh, and another friend who was like half black, half Filipino. My other friend was also Latino as well. We all came out, played with the board. We did this little seance. We talked with some so-called spirit, which again, that's just due to the ideomotor effect that wasn't real. And of course, we were all again when the ideomotor effect is unconscious muscle movement, which is created by people's images they have in their head of what they want to happen in this process anyway. So we all wanted the girl to date me. So we were asking the spirit all sorts of random questions. Then we got to what we really want to ask, like, "Hey, should Christina date Amon?" And the spirit said yes. And we asked her some other questions. And so the next day, um, one of my homeboys, he asked her, he's like, "So you want to date Amon?" And she started giggling and said, "Well, no." And he was like, "Oh," he said, the spirit." He said, "Oh, the spirit gonna get you. He told you to date him." So that was my experience with the Ouija board. There was nothing like spooky about it. It was basically my friend's attempt to get the girl to date me. End the story, pretty much. So there you go. Kazor, I thought you were cool, but now you're saying some fugazi stuff, so you gotta go. Agatha says, please like, share, and subscribe, y'all. Every time I think someone's cool, Agatha, they end up saying some really gay shit. Like I thought Kazor was gonna be cool. Now I scrolled on down further. He's saying some straight up Fanuc type stuff. You're from New York, so you know what I mean when I say Fanuc. I just can't say the actual word here on YouTube. Sis Cat Rizzler says, keep up the good work. Thank you. Jamil says, hi, I can see you from, and then left. That's not a grammatical statement or question, so I don't know what that means. Jamil says, I got your daughter. Well, that's interesting because I don't have a child. You're retarded, and now you gotta go. I knew you were retarded by the fact you couldn't even put together a grammatical English sentence, so you were gone. Yeah, I answered that about the Ouija board momentary smite, so I know I'm 5 to 10 minutes behind in the conversation. Let me scroll through the chat. That's my process. Crispy Bacon says, give the thumbs up. Appreciate it. Thank you. Winnie thinks I talk too much, so she can get the fuck off, or he can. Like, why are you even here then? Crispy Bacon says it's mostly mental illness when you see anything. Oh, I know. That's like I didn't get into that. I'm gonna get into it in like a few minutes. I just want to get through the comments and I'm gonna spell that out. They actually, the funny thing is they actually spelled it out pretty well in Ghostbusters in the original movie in 1984. In the very beginning of the movie, they kind of spelled out all that in the beginning, but it was taken as a gag. But it's actually pretty. But it was actually pretty spot on. Crispy Bacon says not real. Big Al says God's spirit created human life consists of the mind, body, and spirit. Christ's consciousness is a mindset that can be realized through strengthening your own spiritual mind and connection to God. Okay, but that's not what we're not talking about one's religious faith. We're talking about ghosts and spirits. This is divorced from one's Christian faith or any other sort of faith. But if that's what you believe makes these things real, then we can talk about that. But this is not specific to any one particular faith nor religion. So Elias says Jeremiah 29:11, for I know the thoughts that I think toward you, says the Lord, thoughts of peace are not of evil, to give you a future and a hope. I don't know how that even pertains to this conversation about spirits, but okay. King OSKG says, you may say God is not real, but let's be honest, if you were dying, you would ask God, please let me make it out alive. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. This is sort of I was in army, and there was this whole belief that atheists aren't in foxholes. I assure you, I was an atheist and I was in a foxhole. But that has nothing to do with this conversation because you can be an atheist and still believe in ghosts. Two different things. So that has nothing to do with this conversation. Stop trying to make this into a Christian fucking conversation. This has nothing about. This is not about people's belief in a Christian God or faith. This is about ghosts and spirits. That's it. Stop trying to push your little fucking bullshit, your little dogma on everyone, because not everyone who believes in ghosts and spirits believes in your religion, nor in your faith within that religion. So leave that bullshit aside for another day. Take that somewhere else, or take that to church tomorrow morning. No one gives a fuck about that. Michael Flick says, I just like to say I endorse podiums. That's a product we can all stand behind. But I'm bumped. uh, Elias says they can be involved in experiences and it can be hard to lift through as we build relationships and all try to fight against it. Never forget. I don't know what that means. Carol says, "What do you know about stocks?" Put it in the super chat. I'm not asking. I'm not answering random questions that aren't pertaining to the topic unless you put it in a super chat. You're not gonna waste my motherfucking time. Elias says, "What an ancient malicious spirit to a internal being, God full of immeasurable and incomprehensible love, grace, forgiveness, mercy, and peace, and so much more. The source of all the incredible things in nature." I'm all right. I'm gonna ignore you if you continue with that because I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about the paranormal experience of seeing ghosts. Is that real or not? That's the question. Nothing to do with religion today. Ask Krakistan. That is a hilarious username. Says, "I think there are spirits, man. Our eyes only see less than 5% of the light spectrum anyway, so there's loads around us we don't see." Yes, but if they're part of the electromagnetic spectrum, as you seem to be hinting at, they could be observed in other ways. We may only be able to see things on the visible spectrum, but we have tools that can see things on the electromagnetic spectrum as well. Lucky Chases, I have one next to me all the time. I can show you. No thanks. All right, Elias is going on timeout. Hmm. Sagar Pawar says hi. What's up, Sagar? Fax says, "Can you repeat the name of the movement you accredited to Ouija boards and dowsing rods?" Ideomotor effect. Ideomotor. Ideomotor effect. Sagar says, "Sir, where are you from?" The United States. Hmm. Oh, I know this song. Naruto. Dimitri says it's time to bow down to Mother Russia. Yeah, nah, I don't fucking think so. You're on a live stream with someone who's American and a veteran. Fuck Russia. Anyway, Beetlejuice says, "I don't remember that. I don't know to what you're referring." Facts is, "All I know is that I know nothing." That's my favorite quote, and it brings to mind the fact that we have no idea about the spiritual realm besides the supernatural things the Bible describes. It reminds me of Wittgenstein's quote from "What we cannot speak of, we must remain silent." I think that's actually more germane to what we're talking about than the quote from Socrates, which actually is not what he said. I've mentioned this several times in other streams, and I'm going to repeat it here, which is often it is the case that people will take very complicated arguments that a philosopher and from history has made and try to boil it down to one sort of pithy quote they can fit on a t-shirt, but it often does a lot of injustice to the nuance and what that argument states, right? And to this particular quote, ascribed to Socrates, which he didn't actually say, it does the same thing. It definitely takes away from all the nuance of what he actually said. Okay, and I'm gonna elaborate. Trust me, don't worry. It says, "All I know is that I know nothing." Socrates was way too bright of a philosopher to ever to ever make such a obvious contradiction. To say all I know is that I know nothing is a contradiction, and Socrates was way too bright to make a patent contradiction like that. What he did say, and I'm gonna bring up specifically in which context he meant it, was that you know he once went to the Oracle of Delphi in Athens. The Oracle at Delphi was in Athens, was the main one of the main as at the main temple for Apollo, and he asked the Oracle who was the wisest man in all of Greece or whatever, and the Oracle said Socrates is the wisest man in Athens, and he said, well, that can't be true, and so because he knew of so many other wise people known in Athens at the time, so he actually set about asking all the people he knew of, through word of mouth or reputation, who were known to be the brightest people in all of Athens. And to his discovery, he realized every time he talked to these people that a lot of them talked about stuff that they really didn't know what they were talking about. Like they would just talk about stuff, and they were just basically spinning their wheels, like they were pretending to know stuff that they really didn't know. And so he said, um, if I am the wisest man in all Athens, it is only because that I don't pretend to know things that I of which I know not, and that you know, um, unlike these other people, they will pretend to know things that they really don't. And he said, if I'm wiser than them, it's because I don't do the same things that they do. That was that is the context in which the quote came from. So he never said, all I know is that I know nothing. He's What he did say is that when I look about me, all these so-called wise people in Athens, I realize that if I'm wiser than them, it's only because I don't pretend to know things that I don't know, and that's what he said. So did not put this guy in timeout. Jesus Christ. Anyway, fact says we have stories we've heard of spirits. We found ectoplasm, but no research has been done. The Bible explains so much about the supernatural, but also says it's not for us to know. Hmm. I mean, but you can get that from any sort of religious text, like talk. I think every religious text has some talks a little bit about um, the supernatural and and about spiritual things. Um, I have not heard of any evidence of any ectoplasm. Matter of fact, the term came about through people talking, the Ghostbusters movie, and talks about parapsychology. There is an actual university where you can get a degree in parapsychology, and I believe that's at Duke University. I mentioned this yesterday too. And I actually would be tempted to take that. Um, because I mean Duke is an elite university, and so a lot of skeptics have actually shown some derision for the fact that such an elite university would waste a student's time on a 4 year degree for pseudoscience. But there are different levels of parapsychology. Some parapsychologists or parapsychology programs actually do teach people how to debunk extra scientific phenomena, whereas other parapsychology programs kind of just take it as a given that these things are real. So I don't know which side Duke falls on with their program, but I would be curious to know. Agnes says like, share, and subscribe. Thank you. Shock Tiny Ath says, damn, that's so true. Crispy Bacon says facts are how you solve a case 100. Exactly. Kajal Singh Rajput says, hi, where are you from, brother? I'm from the United States. I don't know why people keep saying Diddy. I don't look like, you literally have to be a person who's never seen another black person to think I look anything like Sean Combs. I look nothing like Sean Combs. Do you see me with a Jerry curl? With a heavy, the heavily arched eyebrows, the, the diamond stud earrings. Even though I will say back in my college days, I did look like that. but, but that's a different subject. Kevin says, don't be so thin skinned. Who cares? I'm not being thin skinned. Try the gaslighting for someone else. I will bounce back people's energy to them. If they come here trolling, I'm gonna reciprocate that to them. It's not being thin skinned. It's about showing people you won't you can't phase me because I will throw the same energy you bring on my screen on my stream back to you. That's not being thin skinned. That's about me showing you who runs this shit. And you can go too. Cause y'all don't take compliments from men. Thank you though. Don't take compliments from men. Annie Ruth. Oh, 3 says I think you're a Hollywood actor. No. Trust me, if I was a Hollywood actor, my stream would be like you would look at my numbers as far as followers. I would have like several million followers. Buddhist is what do you think of tarot? I spelled that out yesterday. Guys, you can check out my stream from yesterday when I talk about psychic readings. So I said the psychic readings are bullshit, and I spelled out all the techniques they use: subjective validation, cold reading skills, warm reading skills, confirmation bias. Algorithm says hello. Harsh says hello, big friend. Kajal says you're not able to speak Hindi. No, I'm American. Why would I speak a language that's not spoken here? The second most spoken language in America is Spanish, not Hindi. Speedy Yorker says, I fell off a cliff from hell and I found you. Well, go back to hell then, bitch. Fucking retard. Anyway, Crispy says, can we just kick off anyone talking about Diddy? Oh, I'm already starting to do it, Crispy. People come in here talking about Diddy or they start speaking Hindi or another language, doing it on purpose. I time them out. If they say something racially offensive, I just ban their username. If they say anything like sexually explicit, I ban their username. Hello, my brother. Says I'm Emma from Saudi Arabia, Mecca City. How are you? I'm doing well. See what time it is. See if I need to end this soon. Yeah. So as soon as I get through these comments, I'm gonna give my. Well, I'll probably have to do it before then because I don't know how long this comments I'm behind. But I'm gonna have to give how what I think about spirits. Argillis and Corey 87 says they talk about Diddy, but then Bill Clinton goes on TV and gives people advice. He's not the only one, but you're absolutely right. Fact says, oh, okay, idiomotor effect, thank you. Yes, but it's IDEO, not IDIO. And it's all one word, IDEOMOTOR. Okay, I got into the bottom. All right, great. So, anyway, let me give what I think about spirits. I don't think they're real as far as what we can gather by the evidence so far. Maybe we might find evidence that changes that and that we may have reason to believe so. But just the concept of afterlife in itself is incoherent. Afterlife, like, what is afterlife? Life is what all there is that we know. So to say afterlife in itself is incoherent, but sure, maybe it is conceivable that people's um, psychological connectedness can continue after the physical cessation of their body after death, like through maybe some sort of process by which their psychological connectedness can exist independently of the physical. That's only if you are someone who is a dualist, someone who believes that there are basically two substances in the world, the physical and the mental. Descartes himself, although he proposes dualism, he has to be careful and not offend the church at the time. So he actually offers like a trialism sort of thing where there's the mental, the physical, and then there's God. So there's three things of which exist. But for the most part, we can just a lot of people don't consider his a lot of people think the part he added about God was ad hoc just to not upset the Roman church at the time because he was a contemporary of Galileo, and being a contemporary of Galileo Galilei, he saw what the church did to him, and so he was much more careful with the church to not say anything that he felt might be antithetical to what the church taught. The church taught a Aristotelian worldview, but Galileo and Descartes were the two people who brought down Aristotelianism. Galileo is credited as the founder of modern science, and Descartes is credited as the founder of modern philosophy. So both of them are are the foundations of Western society uh, in in many respects, right? So Descartes was a little bit more careful about it, but and so like I said, he was somewhat of a dualist, substance dualist. That is, there's different forms of dualism. So when I say dualism, I'm just going to reduce that to substance dualism. So it's not to get into all the different nuances in philosophy that most people wouldn't know about unless they've actually taken modern philosophy and metaphysics, which most people have not done. So he believed there was the spirit and the physical, right? So if someone is a dualist, then they they can coherently have a coherent belief that the soul, the mind, or what we now term psychological connectedness can exist beyond one's physical death. When I refer to psychological connectedness, what I am speaking of refers to one's personality, one's memories, one's quasi memories, one's beliefs, one's thoughts, one's desires, one's streams of consciousness. Those are all make up our psychological connectedness, and that can survive our physical death theoretically. but we don't know how that can happen. But if it does, then that might be what could comprise what are known as spirits. Now I know some of you have said that you have seen spirits, that or contacted them, or some of you believe that spirits exist because your faith teaches you so. Cool. But I, being a hard headed scientific person, I will rely on evidence and reason, to establish whether it's rational to believe that such things exist. As far as there being evidence to support it, is we have no conclusive evidence to say so. Now, if people are, you know, curious about this sort of stuff, I would implore them to maybe look into the magazine Skeptical Inquirer, or you can go to the Skeptics Dictionary, which is an online website put together Robert by the late Robert Carroll, or Bob T. Carroll, who was a philosopher who ran this website, and it's called the Skeptics Dictionary. The web address is skeptic.com. That's skepdic.com. And he talks about all sorts of paranormal, occult, and extra scientific phenomena, but he comes at it from a critical thinking perspective. So don't think he's going to give you he's going to be fair. He's going to give you a good articles on this sort of stuff, and then he's going to give an analysis of these things. And usually, every analysis shows that the evidence doesn't add up for these phenomena. So, let me get back to the comments. So I missed quite a minute of comments here, unfortunately. Jess says, "Hello, how are you? I was going to try to go to bed early, but didn't happen tonight." What's up, Jess? I'm glad you're back. I was asking you if you can hit me up, either on IG or Facebook. Other people can as well. For everyone in the stream, if you guys want to reach me when I'm not on live stream, you can reach me either on Instagram or Facebook at Amon Just A Contrarian. That's all one word. Amon, AHMAND. N is in November, D is in Delta. Just a Contrarian. Again, all just one word. Amon Just a Contrarian. Hit me up there, and I would like to link up with folks. I definitely want to link up with Jess, because she's actually in my neck of the woods. So Jess, let's definitely hit me up if you can. I'm glad you came back. Crispy Bacon says Einstein was asked, "How does it feel like to be the smartest man alive?" He said, he responded, "I don't know. You'll have to ask Nikola Tesla." I don't know if that's true or not, but I could see him saying something like that. Jeremiah says, "Has anyone ever told you look like Gary with the T from the Ricky Smiley Morning Show?" But then I don't know too many people who watch the show of it. I mean, to listen to the show. New AA says, "Get a job." Dude, it's like 12:30 at Saturday night. Well, Sunday night now. What job do you think I'm supposed to be working 12:30 at midnight? You're fucking retarded. You can go. Fact says, "Oh, I see." Thank you for explaining that to me. I hate when people talk out their ass too. Yeah, man. Top Cheese 18 says, "Hello, what's up?" Samson says, "You look like that one soldier from the movie Glory, the Civil War one." You're probably talking about Denzel Washington. Well, you're either talking about Denzel Washington, or you're talking about the black dude who played the detective on that old TV show called Homicide, and he also plays in that comedy that used to be on Fox TV called Brooklyn 911 or whatever it's called. Um, he played the soldier on that show. He was a freedman. He wasn't a slave. He was actually a freeman who enlisted because his friend took a commission as the lieutenant colonel, who was played by Matthew Broderick. So I don't know if you're talking about him, who is the freeman who enlisted, or you're talking about Denzel Washington, who was the slave who joined. Either way, I wouldn't object to either one of those actors. Fact is, I did think the ectoplasm assumption sounded too good to be true. Yeah, it's trust me, bro. If here's the thing about the paranormal or anything else that's out there that hasn't been proven yet. If anyone can prove any of these things exist, they will be the most famous person in the world, and they will definitely be getting a Nobel Prize and be all over the news. It will go. If any scientist or any layman discovered ectoplasm, which proves that there's life after death, they will be the most famous person in the world, at least for 15 minutes until we go to the next thing that gets big online. But trust me, anyone who could prove ectoplasm is an actual byproduct of a spirit coming in contact with the physical world, they will be instantly famous, man. Seriously. I wish I could. Like I said, I would milk it for every bit I could. And I'm pretty sure you would too. We Anyone in that position would milk that for everything that it's worth. I would. Dirty Davis, do you like Steven Seagal? Back when I was a kid, I did till I realized how much of a weirdo he is. But now, no, absolutely not. Darwin says hi. What's up, Darwin? Alvin Serrano says hi. What's up, Alvin? Do I have any Filipinos in this section in the stream? Brian Reyes says, "What the hell is this?" Well, Brian, maybe read the topic of the live stream before you go into it. Just saying, that could be helpful. Sort of like, when you pick up a book, you kind of read what the title of the book is before you start reading it. Facts is, I personally have had things happen to me with living people that had no memory of it when asked about it afterwards. So acted very weird when I asked about what the hell actually happened. That could be for so many reasons, dude. But I hear you. He said way too long to explain through text though. I get it. So here's an interesting thing, guys. So I am educated. I just don't like talking about it all the time. So I'm gonna put on my little psychology cap here and tell you. So first of all, memory is a constructive process. A lot of people think, when you put long-term memory is like something that's concrete and permanent, and it's not. It's constantly going through a constructive process. So bring uh every time you actually activate a memory, it actually works. You're actually reconstructing it, which can change the details of it all the time. This is why eyewitness testimony is such a fraught form of evidence in the courtroom, because uh, it's so fragile through things like the false memory syndrome, repression, fragmented memory, cryptomnesia, um, and uh, other related phenomena. And sometimes people won't remember things that you remember, either because they are motivated to forget. There's such thing as called motivated forgetting. They are selective forgetting, which is a type of motivated forgetting, right? Um, Sometimes people just don't encode those memories at all for whatever reasons. Maybe they were drunk or high, they were tired, um, or they're repressing it. Like repression is a real thing. Like a lot of people think that was made up in psychiatry, but repression does actually happen. Um, or or like um or like I said, the memory is just hidden from them, which is called cryptonesia. So, I've had things happen to me that people don't remember, but I remember because since it happened to me and it was something that was very triggering, I have more it was more strongly encoded in my memory. The more emotional an experience is, the better it will be actually encoded into memory. So like if something happened to you that was very like traumatic for you, you're gonna whereas when the person, the other people involved may not have been so triggered by that experience, so they're not going to remember it as well, if at all, if that makes sense. Hi, says, which state are you from? Maryland. Pablo Marquez says hello from Brazil. Wesker says hello from Netherlands. Arian says you do not look like a gangbanger. Okay, you're dumb. Um, Lisa Burma says hi. What's up, Lisa? Jeff says hello from Maryland. What's up? Same state. Thought I put this guy in timeout already. Jess says, hey Jeff, I'm from Maryland too. Jess is mine, y'all. So I'm playing. I'm playing. Jess is what's up, Jess? Jess says this weather has been crazy. I miss it a tad warmer, but I know, but but really it's supposed to be this cold this time in November. It actually is supposed to be this cold. The fact that it was so warm just 2 weeks ago, that was actually kind of weird to me. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy it, but I like my falls chilly, like my sweater weather, so I can bring out my R&B jacket. You know what I'm saying? Bring out the R&B jacket so I can be like, ooh. So I'm playing. I'm playing. You might not get unless you watch the old videos from back in the day, the old R&B videos, and they always had on the little suave, leather jacket or down coat, and they just be dressed to the nines singing. That's why I said like the fall weather is like the R like your R&B jacket weather. um, Y'all, I'm loving this anime music, guys. I'm telling you, because it's all the music from like the intros. Oh yeah, it's all the anime openings. This one is from Monogatari, Renai Circulation. Not familiar with this, but I like it. I love anime music. Anime music stands for anime music. Love it. Theodore Begg says hello. What's up? Aaron Locale says hello. So where you from? Maryland. Shiny Gothic TV says I actually learned about possibilities of paranormal events from you. Great, thank you. If you learned something from me, that's awesome. Like that's like the biggest compliment you can give me is that you learned something from me. That's the biggest compliment, honestly. Javi Bagala Fernandez says hola desde Barcelona, España. What's up, Javi? Living there in Barcelona, Spain. Sky says you missed my super chat. I did. I'm sorry. I don't. It didn't pop up. I'm sorry. I appreciate the super chat. Whatever you sent me, Sky. I will. It, once I see it, I'm gonna call it out to give you a shout out. But it didn't pop up. I'm totally sorry for that. I'll definitely I'll definitely give you your props now for it, whatever amount is. I don't even care if it's a cent. Like I appreciate anything anyone contributes to me. Thank you again. And when I see it, I'm also mentioning it as well. Usually it pops up before everything else. I think my chat room is glitching because I actually had to close it and reopen it, and I think that's probably why I'm not seeing a lot of stuff that I'm just seeing now. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Agatha also says, "So sorry. Thanks for your super chat, Sky." Carol says racism doesn't exist and never has. Well, that's patently false. Racism and most other isms are just a form of tribalism. Tribalism has been something that has plagued humanity since its very beginnings because tribalism started in the lower animals and in our primal ancestors and carried on to humans. Humans are just primates with bigger brains. But tribalism has always been a thing, and tribalism can break down into different forms of hatred, whether sexism, racism, and uh, and other forms of bigotry. These are all in, we call it tribalism, but in psychology and other social research, behavioral research, we call it in-group bias. That's what that's what animates racism and other forms of bigotry. It's called in-group bias. It's a condition of all of human nature, and it does exist, and it always has. So what you're saying just isn't true. Now, if you're talking about specific aspects of racism, then we can address those. But racism in itself, yes, exists, unfortunately, because tribalism exists and it always has. Sky says, "Thank you, Agatha Edwards." Um, well, again, I just want to say I appreciate it, Sky. And like I said, once I see it in the drop down, I'm gonna call it out because for some reason it doesn't show, and it usually a super chat will appear above everything else, and I'm not sure why it doesn't. Agatha, if you do see it, can you pin it so that I can see it and give Sky the proper accolades? Carlton Way one says, "I agree." He said if they do discover an afterlife, it'll be by accident from researching something else. That actually happens a lot in science. There's a frequent joke in science, which is that most scientific discoveries aren't "Eureka! I found it." It's more like, "Gee, that's weird." That's how most scientific discoveries are. Like most people think it's like an intentional discovery, like "Eureka! I found it," and when it's more like, "Hmm, gee, that's weird." That's how most scientific discoveries have happened. So you're absolutely right. If we do find like evidence for an afterlife, it's probably not going. It's probably going to be like something indirect. So we'll see. All right, this guy pretending to be YouTube community guidelines, dude. No one's falling for your shit. Anyone can pull that shit up. You're gone. That's how you know you're fake because I can't ban YouTube community guidelines, dumbass, fucking retard. Anyway, yeah, I don't know why y'all keep saying Gustavo Fring. Just 4 months ago, everyone said I look like Colonel Rhodes from um from the MCU. Now everyone's saying Gustavo. Y'all need to make up your minds. I don't know. Sports car says Peter Griffin. Look, how do I look like Peter Griffin? Peter Griffin is a cartoon character of a fat, middle-aged white man. I'm not fat, and I'm not white, and I'm definitely not a cartoon. Where do you get that I look anything like Peter Griffin? You're fucking retarded. Someone said I look, guys, chat room. How do I look like? How do I look like Peter Griffin? Do I look like a fat white man from a cartoon? Like some people are really grasping at straws to try insults, and you know these are people who are Gen Z, because only they could be that fucking dumb. I hate. I know I need to stop insulting Gen Z, but I guarantee you, no one over 40 would have called me Peter. Say I look like Peter Griffin. Peter Griffin? Really? How? You'd have been better off saying I look like his best friend Cleveland. Like at least that would have fit the race. Even though I look nothing like Cleveland. Cleveland is a is a fat black man with a bushy mustache and an afro. I don't even look like him, but that would have made more sense than say I look like Peter Griffin. Like really? That's just dumb. Josh Ring says, "Do you believe in aliens?" Depends on what you mean, but uh, I'll just I'll just for right now say no. But I'm gonna do a different stream on that UFOs and aliens. That's gonna be a different topic because I can't talk about that and ghost in the same stream because it would just be completely two different conversations, and it would completely lead us off of the original conversation, which are ghosts and spirits. UFOs and aliens will have to wait for another day because that would just be that's just a whole different topic of interest. But to answer your question, for the most part, no. But with a question mark. Scuba Steve, Scuba Steve says, "Bro, I know you got that old man strength." Well, that and I work out and run. I run between 10 and 13 kilometers every day. So, and I practice Muay Thai and kickboxing. So, yeah. And you guys, and if you don't believe, and if people don't believe me, I do have videos up that you can see me working out. So, oh, this is from Chainsaw Man. Yeah, I know this one. Blame Dirty says, "Not sure it's spirit, more rather other dimensions mixing in our reality." So again, I have to dispel what people say about dimensions because of over 50 years of cheesy sci-fi. People don't understand what dimensions means. People keep thinking dimensions means other realities. That's not what dimensions refers to, guys. Dimensions is just a measure. Is just uh how we measure uh, as different aspects of reality dealing with direction, and we can put a numerical value on it, right? I mean, not distance of direction. Like dimension is our weight is a type is our ability to make measurements out of different you know physical aspects of reality dealing with direction. So we have three dimensions of which we know. You know, we have the we have length, height, and width. So we have those three different dimensions of space, and we have one uh, dimension of time because we can also measure time in a direction, right? So that is what dimensions refers to. It's a it's a type of measurement dealing with with space and time, dealing well mostly of space, dealing with something that can be measured in a given direction, and we can usually put a numerical value on that. That's all dimensions means. When people, but unfortunately, because of bad sci-fi, people think of dimensions referring to different universes or different realities, and that's not what dimensions means. Even when you get into theoretical physics, when they talk about other dimensions besides the four-mentioned three of space and one of time, they are talking of either dimensions that are not observable because they're so small and coiled up that they are within sub micro space, or they exist on a higher plane, like, but again, aren't directly observable, but the higher plane should, I guess, have some effects with gravitation, and the more coiled up ones will have some sort of connection when it comes to quantum effects. Either way, these will still be not different realities or different universes or anything like that. It's just talking about some sort of something physical that we can actually measure purportedly, um, because we can measure the direction that it that they that they pertain to. But I get what you're saying. You're talking about like on different planes of existence. But I'm just pedantic, and I don't want people to keep confusing themselves or others when they talk about dimensions, because again, in physics and in mathematics, uh, typically dimensions just refers to measuring something which gives off some direction. So, and we can often put some sort of numerical value on that, although not necessarily it doesn't necessarily have to have a numerical value for it to be a measurement. But that's we don't have to get into all of that. Uh, Josh says I love to have a conversation about it. About what? Shani says Gothic. Excuse me. Shani Gothic TV says, "Can you give us a very quick view of secret societies?" Thanks, man. That have to be a different topic for another day, because I don't know what you know. I don't know what you mean by secret societies. I don't know if you're talking about like things like Greek life and stuff like that. But that's a conversation for another day. Uh, but if you want to drop a super chat, I'll gladly answer any question. But secret societies is a whole different topic for another day. Something which I have, some familiarity with, since I helped found a fraternity when I was in college, if that's what you're referring to. Palm Sauce says Orange is the new Black Lives Mega 100. Guys, again, I'm a I supported Trump too, but can we let that go? He already won. Why are you still talking about that? That has nothing to do with this conversation. It's just weird that people make their whole life about politics, and they have this cult of personality with political leaders. It's just weird. It's really weird. You can like a political leader without worshiping them. That's just weird. Blame Dirty says thought description said spirits or nah. See a lot of other questions. Haha. Yeah, because Blame Dirty people always want to go off in other directions, and I'm trying to curtail that. So I'll answer one or two questions that aren't germane, but for the most part, I'm going to stay within the scope of the conversation for which I wanted I intended the topic to be about. But you're absolutely right. People are just diverging into whatever they think they want to talk about, but we're not going to do that unless they drop in a super chat. Sky is Smithy just got here. Hi, what's up, Sky is Smithy? Blame Dirty says Josh. It takes a few minutes to read comments. Please be patient. I've already answered it, but that was we're in the time it takes me to see stuff to the time people notice I've seen it is incongruent. So they'll think I've ignored them, but I haven't. I'm trying to get through everyone's conversations. I mean comments. Blaine Dre says, okay, Josh, you'll respond to your questions. Ethan Elroy Fernandez says, hello. Do Good One says, quote unquote, aliens more like demons. Well, those two different phenomena. And that gets into, again, when we talk about paranormal skepticism, uh, it goes into what's called cryptozoology, which is, an alleged category of monsters and spirits and demons, things that haven't been given any sort of taxonomic classification in biology. Sometimes some things that we thought were just cryptozoological species happen to actually exist. For instance, a thing that once was considered cryptozoological, which is just a fancy way of saying a unclassified monster, turned out to be real, which was giant squids. We know that giant squids actually exist in the ocean. So those, and once we did realize that those were actually exist, we had people go observe it, and they gave it a taxonomic classification, and we know that it fits within the animal kingdom with other sorts of um, animals like octopus and squids and stuff like that. But yes, they are giant squids that exist in the oceans. So that's one of those things we did confirm through evidence. But most of the times, most cryptozoological animals are actually disconfirmed or debunked, right? One of the things that has been debunked endlessly has been Bigfoot or Sasquatch. It turns out all the evidence for that has either been fraudulent, or when there's actual like physical evidence of the Sasquatch or Bigfoot, turns out these were just bears. What people saw and thought were ape-like animals walking on two legs were just bears. Bears can get on their two hind legs and walk around sort of like people when they want to. And from a distance, it may look like a freaking Bigfoot, but I assure you, they are almost always bears, because when they get their fur, when they actually get, when you get a little evidence of fur or whatever, or scat or footprints, it all turns out to be a bear, usually a brown bear. Corin White says Gen Z gotta put down a pipe. I know, right? That's why they so soft. They got low testosterone. Everything for them is they like to rot, taste the Skittles. They need safe spaces, and they need professors to give them trigger warnings for their lectures because they can't take reality. Their parents probably didn't let them go beyond go beyond the house when they were kids, which is why they're so fucking soft and fragile. Ethan says, "How are you? Where are you from?" I'm from Maryland. Morgan Luche says, "From all the scary shows that I've seen, what I've gathered is that there's a correlation between poltergeists that make lights and UFOs." Well, poltergeists and UFOs are two different things. What I will say is correlation does not equal causation. This is one of the most well-known things that we talk about in science, particularly behavioral and social sciences. Causation correlation does not equal causation, except for a very specific type of correlation, which is what they don't always talk about. But we don't need to get into that. There's a very specific type of correlational research that actually does causal give some sort of causal inference. But that's only that and only that one. But we don't have to get into that. For the most part, because two things are positively correlated does not mean that they're actually connected. That doesn't mean they're actually causally connected. Um, as far as poltergeist just basically is just a it's basically just a German word saying noisy ghost. That's all. That's really what poltergeist means. It just means a noisy ghost. So particularly poltergeists refer to like ghosts or spirits which are restricted to a space where they tend to inhabit and cause a disturbance, usually by making noises and stuff like that, and noises and lights and stuff like that. They're basically they're basically an they're basically ghosts that are annoying, right? Carol Ann, don't go into the light, Carol Ann. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Most of you never watched the movie Poltergeist and wouldn't get that. Don't walk into the light. For those who do, you know that movie was awesome. That was probably the first movie that probably made people scared of clowns was Poltergeist. Everyone talks about it. No, Poltergeist. I was never scared of clowns, but if I were to be scared of clowns, Poltergeist would have been a reason to be scared of clowns. That movie. It didn't make me scared of clowns, but it did make me scared of like dolls and stuff like that at nighttime. Like seeing t- toy dolls and stuff like that at night, thinking they're gonna like turn their head and start looking at me at nighttime, like that that movie was scary. Like you look at, especially if you looked at it in the '80s. Like now they might look cheesy, but if you saw Poltergeist as a kid in the '80s, that was a scary movie. Okay, I don't even want to say what I was gonna say. Rodimus PM says there are spirits. The place where I work at is haunted. See, my problem with talking about places that are haunted again for folks who missed it earlier was that um, what well people have pretty much habitated the whole planet, like outside of the most extreme places like the deserts and in the Arctic and in the Antarctic, except for like except for like most deserts, the Arctic and the Antarctic. And by the way, the Antarctic has the largest desert in the world because deserts aren't because they're the, the reason is because a desert isn't defined by how hot it is. A desert is defined by how dry it is, and then the Antarctic is the largest desert in the world. But anyway, aside from deserts, the North Pole and the South Pole, people have pretty much lived everywhere across the world, which meant they lived and died there, which means literally every part of the globe where people currently live should be haunted. But we don't see that. Everywhere we are currently, there were people that were there before us who've lived and died there. So everything should literally be haunted all the time. But that's not the case, which means that hauntings are very selective, which gives you which gives you some doubt that this is real. Rodimus PM says there are realms to this world we don't see. But there's things we may not see, but there are things that we can measure and observe. If something is unmeasurable, it kind of leads to it being immeasurable. And if something is immeasurable, that means there's nothing to measure in the first place, which means it doesn't exist. There's nothing there. Um, Number one stunner says I'm younger. I have to ask. He hit me. Okay. Morgan Lucci says sight as well as the way we perceive reality. Noel is laughing. Diddler says hello everyone. No Brain says they not like us, but Morgan Luce says in reality, since your eyeballs are around, you actually are seeing upside down, and your brain knows how to flip it around for you. Mm, it's not because your eye is around that you see upside down. I know what you're trying to say. How vision is actually. I get what you're saying. That's not exact. It has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with the spherical nature of your eyeballs that causes vision to be inverted in the way that is processed by the occipital cortex or the visual parts of your brain. That no, that's not exactly how that works. I get what you're saying, and you are right that images are inverted and made sense of by the brain, but that has nothing to do with anything about the spherical nature of our eyeballs. Mel says, "Are you a physicist?" No. Blame Dirty says science isn't always correct or found answers for them, yet they change every day. Well, here's the thing: science is self-correcting. The thing about science is it's the only thing that can give us an accurate portrayal of reality. Religion doesn't, because religion establishes dogma, and if anything contradicts it, then they just shoo it away. Whereas science is okay, so we're wrong on something. So, okay, so we need to modify this. In the light of evidence, everything is to 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 paraphrase uh, the famous philosopher and mathematician Willard Van Orman Quine. In the in the light of evidence, all beliefs are subject to revision. That pertains to science, and it pertains to analytic philosophy. Layla says hi. What's up, Layla? Noel says you're smart. Not really, but I appreciate it. Blame Dirty says I didn't come to my conclusion on bad sci-fi. I, what I was saying is you got what you were saying about dimensions wrong, and I was saying that comes from years of bad sci-fi, because people in sci-fi always talk about dimensions in a sloppy way that refers to different realities, but that's not what dimensions means. Dimensions is just a measurement in science and or mathematics that refers to um, measuring um, measuring different properties that give a direction. So you have three three dimensions of space that give off the directions of length, height, and width, and one of time. So Morgan Luce says that's before we get into frequency and fear and joy. Don't know how frequency, fear, and joy mesh together. James T says there's one thing I can't stand, and that's a banana something something, and he's saying that is my I. Well, I'm so I'm so hurt that you say that, James, because I'm sure that a little keyboard warrior like yourself, talking from the anonymity of a digital screen, would definitely back that up in my face where I would fuck you up. You wouldn't, and you can't, and you never will. And if you want to, you can always come to Baltimore and try. If you get through Baltimore, which I assure you that you won't, and you actually get to me, rest assured that you wouldn't put hands on me, and you never would. You're just some fucking incel in the fucking in your fucking basement, jerking off because you're a fucking loser, and you always will be in your life, and you will never make a amount of anything. I hope you commit suicide. Goodbye. Anyway, Matthew Golden says you got any nigglets? Yeah, your father, your mother, your uncle, your cousin, your auntie, your bitch ass sister is sucking my dick right now. That's why I'm only showing the top half of my view, because I don't want you seeing her put her tongue to action. She got this good little figure eight thing she doing right now. This little figure eight, all gums too, straight up all gums. She must have learned that from you personally. Kobe says drop your location. I'm in Baltimore, my friend. Anytime, any place, I will fuck you up. That's if you get through my people. Because you're not getting through Baltimore. I don't care where you're from. You're not getting through Baltimore. Trust me, I'm a nerd, but I'm a nerd who can fight, and I'm a nerd who lives in a place where I'm one one degree removed from that life. Benny don't play this as agree. I'm good guy says I can't stop throwing up. Should I be worried? I don't care. Do that on someone else's time. Fact says Illuminati isn't who you should be afraid of. Rockefellers, Rothschilds, uh, fuckers who own petroleum, etc. Those who you should watch out for. All right, so let me address this. That might be a topic for a different stream on another day. Guys, Illuminati is something that hasn't existed since the 17th century. People who talk about that are conspiracy minded folks. Um, conspiracy is like any other claim. They're either true or they're false. Sometimes conspiracy is true, sometimes conspiracy is false. However, Illuminati is something that's been debunked multiple times. They have not existed since the 17th century, maybe the 18th century at best. If you want to look up more about that, go to the Skeptic's Dictionary. I am a skeptic, and the reason I'm bringing up all these paranormal topics is to get people to think more critically about these sorts of topics. That is my hidden agenda, is to get people to think more critically about uh, topics today that they would normally just accept, even though there's very little evidence to accept these claims upon. I want to teach people to think critically about these things. Go to Skeptics Dictionary. The Illuminati was a group that hasn't been around since the 17th century, maybe 18th century at best. The Rockefellers, again, they're just that's just a name of a powerful group that came about during the early 20th century, during the era of robber barons, the J.P. Morgans of the world, the J.P. Rockefellers, okay, uh, all that sort of stuff. That was the robber baron era, and there's still people who, because of their lineage, still hold a lot of wealth. I mean, but there's nothing more there's nothing sinister about that anymore. The fact that there are people who are old Knickerbockers, which are like the old Dutch people who settled New Amsterdam, which became New York City, and some of these people still hold incredible wealth from being some of the founders of that city that came when it was originally a Dutch settlement. So there's nothing spooky about that. The Rothschilds is an anti-Semitic claim about the Rothschilds. Has been around for a long time. It just fits a lot of old claims about anti-Semitic stuff about the Rothschilds. As far as they are being rich and yada yada yada, again, they're a lot of people don't understand. There's a lot of people of old money. It's no different than if you live over in Europe and you have people who are of the noble class. We don't have a nobility in America, but what we do have is a bunch of old money families, people who've established their wealth back in the 1700s, 1800s, early 1900s, and these families have retained their wealth. But that doesn't mean they're secretly pulling strings that that controls society. That is we don't have evidence for it to 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 establish those claims. Okay. Now, if people want to talk about stuff like the Bilderberg Group, maybe you might have a little bit more to go on from there, because it is a very secretive meeting of very high profile and affluent people who meet up once a year to discuss topics on politics and economics and stuff like that. And you have to be part of a very exclusive group to be included in these meetings. Now, if you want to talk about something like that, you got a little bit more legs to stand on. But when you talk about things like Illuminati and Rockefellers and Rothschilds, all that sort of stuff, it's just we and I'm not trying to clown here. I'm being genuine here. We don't have a lot to go on these things. You can hate now. Let's be clear. You can hate people for you know being really aloof and out of touch, and having being a part of a wealthy elite that separates them from the rest of society, that makes them out of touch with the rest of us. I get that criticism. I get that. Um, but that doesn't from that it doesn't follow that these people are these secret, sinister folks who are controlling everything that goes on in the world behind closed doors. Like, the people who are controlling things behind closed doors are people in our federal government, um, and people who run global corporations. Okay, Not to mention people in the intel community. I don't want to get above my pay grade here. So, but as far as these wealthy families, these wealthy families aren't pulling the strings in society. There's no secret societies because someone else mentioned that above, saying, "Can we talk about secret societies?" That is a topic for another day. But secret societies aren't really pulling the strings. What secret societies usually does is they find people who are affluent to join their groups, so that they can have they they you know they can bond and make connections with each other, same way you do in fraternities and stuff like that. So that's a topic for another day. But I am gonna go, guys. It's super late, so I'm gonna give this, maybe 10 or so more minutes. Jake says I need money. Give me money. I run for president. I don't care what you run for. You won't get shit from me. Go suck a dick, Jack or Jake or whatever the fuck your name is. Go suck some dick for some money because you ain't getting shit from here. Fucking loser. Dwight Poverty's thoughts on alien reptilian invasion of the draconian reptiles back in 1900s. I'm not talking about. I'm talking. This topic is about spirits, and there won't be anything other than spirits unless someone drops a, a super chat like my man Sky did. Fucking weirdos. Good guy says I'm going to die. I'm asking for help. I don't care. Go die then. If you were really going to die, you would have done it by now. And guys, that's how you deal with someone who wants to. You almost everyone in some point in their life is going to have someone who claims to be suicidal or wants to end their lives or whatever. Tell them go ahead and do it. They'll look at you with such shock and dismay, like, what? Did you know that they were bullshitting the whole time? They were just seeking attention. Because anyone who really wants to end their life will just do it. Otherwise, if they're telling you they're going to do it, they just want attention and pity. Don't give them attention and pity. It sounds harsh, but this is actually coming from a point of behavioral research. Dwight Poppy says facts, draconian, reptilian DNA, mixed African genetics created the white race. Yeah, that's weird. Crispy Bacon says grizzly bears are real serious problems where I live. Where do you live in, like in the Pacific Northwest? Because that's usually where you get the most sightings of Bigfoot and Sasquatch was the Pacific Northwest. And grizzly bears are bad because I think they're the most aggressive. Actually, black bears can be people often get come into contact with black bears. Black bears seem to be the most friendly of the species of as far as American bears are. I think grizzlies are the most aggressive, and you need. I'd be terrified to meet a grizzly. They're super aggressive. They're the they're the largest of all three of them, right? Unless you go up north. Um, they're like apex predators. Like you can't outrun them, you can't outclimb them, you can't fight them. Like, well, actually, the funny thing is, they say if you do encounter them, then I guess I think black bears you're supposed to just lay dead. They will leave you alone. But brown bears you're supposed to fight them back if you have to. Grizzlies, I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do because you can't outfight them. Like you would just get ripped up. Like it would just be bad. It would just look like a video game of like the end of Mortal Kombat if you tried to fight a grizzly bear. And I'm not even. I'm laughing, but it's really not funny. But yeah, I wouldn't want to encounter a grizzly bear. But I think most sightings of so-called Sasquatch or Bigfoot are usually people miss uh, actually experiencing seeing a brown bear walking around on their hind legs. Probably grizzly bears too. Jack says, "Yeah, I hope it destroys you, dude. I don't care. You're the one who said you need help. I don't care. I'm not helping you. Fuck you. Die. Bye. Adios. Bon nuit. Farewell. Go say hi to Beetlejuice when you're gone." Carlton Way one says that movie was scary. Yeah, the original Poltergeist. I saw the remake. The remake was whack. Every all those little 2000 remakes of horror movies were whack. The Nightmare on Elm Street reboot in the 2000s was whack. The the Halloween remake was whack. The Poltergeist remake was whack. Like it's nothing like the originals from the 80s, right? I never saw the original Chainsaw Massacre from the 70s, but I heard the remake wasn't good to that either. Ronaldo says hello. Sky says take care and have a good one all night, morning, whatever time it is. Thank you, Sky. And again, I appreciate your super chat. I'm sorry I didn't see it. I think my live crashed and restarted. That's why I didn't see it. But again, I appreciate it a lot for the super chat. And um, definitely have a good night or morning, whatever time it is with you there. So I don't know what time zone you're in, but thank you. Carlton Way one says, "Do I do wonder why sometimes dogs bark at the corner of a room when nothing is there?" Well, they have a better sense of hearing and smell than we do, so they might sense a rodent, or or they might just hear something like we do, that we don't, because they have better senses of hearing. Often, some of the creaks and sounds from a house at night is actually from the settling of the house. So some people don't notice. If you guys don't believe me, you can ask someone who's like an architect or someone who does like, you know, I don't know, maybe urban planning or design, something like that. People work with building homes, construction, but there's a such thing as called settling of the homes. Usually older homes, the foundation starts to settle, and that causes noises that otherwise seem um, removed from anything actually happening in the house, because the foundations of the house itself are settling into the ground, and that causes noises. Not too people, like I said, not too many people are aware of that unless you, like I said, work in something like architecture or something like that, and that can cause, you know, random noises in the house. Also, if you have windows or doors open, the wind and, such thing as a wind in a door can cause a creaks and sounds, wind rustling in through the window, the sounds of the outside you can hear, stuff like that. But if you already have a fictionally prone personality, you'll attribute those to something weird when it's really not. Shabam says hello, handsome bro. Appreciate it, but um, really don't like guys calling me handsome. Appreciate it though. Agatha says like, share, and subscribe, y'all. Not gonna say where I'm from. If you go, just call me handsome. Georgie Costanza. Can't stand you. Georgie Costanza. That's funny. Georgie Costanza says I love keyboard warriors. I know, right? Like these people will come out of nowhere and just be acting like they're gonna attack you. Like, dude, what are you gonna attack me? How are you gonna attack me from the anonymity of your home at night? Like trolls come out at night on live streams because one, of the anonymity of being online, and two, just being in the darkness brings out more people's trolly behavior as well, because people find the darkness to give them some sort of like security, and will act more irresponsibly talking to others whom they think can't reach out and touch them, not knowing that some of us are computer nerds and can track your ISP if we really want to. Not to mention, and then they say they're going to do this and do that. I'm like, how, bro? Like, are you going to send me a plane ticket and so that you can actually beat my ass. Like, how's that going to work? Like, you saying I'm gonna do this and do that to you? Okay, really? Okay, so you're gonna send me a plane ticket? Are you gonna come here? How's that going to work? And like I said, I'm more than willing to actually spar or fight someone if they. I'll spar with people under sports guidelines. I mean, under in a in a ring, I will spar people, or we can just fight it out, but it'll be through some sort of objective standards uh like backyard beefs or something like that. If people have heard of that, we can go on backyard beefs, or we can go to the local MMA gym where you live and duke it out there. But I assure you, no one's going to actually take that challenge because they know at the end of the day I will fuck them up. Because no one who can actually fight will waste their time picking with someone on a live stream. Like, no one who I know who does MMA either as an amateur or as an actual fighter, or even someone who just practices it casually would get on a live stream to challenge someone. Like, people who actually know physical combat would not risk it for no reason. Cherry the Boom says, "Listen, I'm trans and I support you. Hope you don't hate me." I don't hate anyone other than people who are stupid and rude. Cherry the Boom. I mean, Cherry the Boom. Um, Son of Sammy Davis says, "Are you the black dude from Walker, Texas Ranger?" I seriously doubt it because I'm pretty sure he would be in his 60s now. You're fucking retarded. That's what you are. How am I gonna be the black dude from Texas Ranger? A TV show that hasn't been on for 30 years, guys. There's a show that's been on for 30 years ago, and the guy he's talking about back then was in his 30s when the show was on. How old do I look like I'm in my 60s? Dumb. Eduardo says, "Does Illuminati exist?" No, not since the 17th century. Look it up. Go to Skeptic's Dictionary. Layla says, "You're a good Christian. Pray for the Palestinian people." I'm not Christian, and I really don't pray. I hope everyone finds a peaceful resolution to the problems going on in the Middle East. Slager Law says, "Demons do exist. Why are people tripping?" Because there's no evidence for it. Kimberly 67, Illuminati is never left, just extremely hidden. That's not true. That's like saying ninjas still exist, but they're just extremely hidden. That's committing the argument from ignorance, saying, well, as far as we know, we can't. As far as we know, we don't know about X. Therefore, X must still be around. Like, that doesn't. That's a logical fallacy. There's no evidence that they exist, and merely by saying that they're hidden, it's just an ad hoc. That's just an ad hoc hypothesis. Nine Ninjas says, "What is this channel about?" Well, if you want to know what the channel's about, how about you go to the channel description and read my about. I give In my bio, I describe what this channel is about. I'm not going to describe it here. Oscar De La Yenta says, "Hello from Tel Aviv, Israel." What's up, Oscar? Not doing shout outs unless you give me a cat unless you give me a super chat or a cash app. I'm not doing shout outs. Sorry. Agnes says like, share, and subscribe. Thanks. I'm not answering your comments, Night Ninja. This is my fucking platform. You're not gonna tell me what to do on my fucking stream. You want a question answered that has nothing to do with my topic. Either respect my topic, get off the channel, or drop a super chat. I'm not gonna answer your question. If you didn't know what this topic was about, you shouldn't have came onto the fucking stream in the first place. And if you did see what this stream's topic is about and you decided to talk about something else anyway, then again, drop a super chat or you can fuck all the way off. Drake says, yo, factions are the Freemasons a secret society? Yeah. So anything, like I said, I might do a different a stream about that. Any fraternities, sororities, the Masons, the all these sorts of things fit into the category of secret societies. Yeah, I mean, I almost became a Freemason, but uh, I just don't feel like paying for friends. Which you might say, well, but you joined a fraternity, isn't that the same thing? Yes, it was, but it was on my own. I I'm one of the co-founders of it, so it's a different thing as opposed to joining someone else's group. Um, and like I said, I plus I wanted my father to sponsor me since he's a prominent Prince Hall Mason as well. But like he just didn't seem too enthusiastic about it, and I was like, nah, that's okay. Plus, to be a Freemason, you do have to profess some sort of belief in a higher being or God, and typically to get through the higher degrees of membership, you have to show like understanding of Christian belief. However, they don't like uh, there is some uh, how to put it. There is some sort of discrepancy between them and Catholics. So the Catholic faith doesn't want their people of their faith to join the Freemasons because of there's some bad blood between them because of things because of reasons I won't get into because that's not something I'm involved in. So, but usually you have to be a person of faith to become a Freemason. But yes, Freemasons are a secret society, and I'll talk about secret societies in another stream on another day. But this is just about spirits and ghosts. Pip says John Cheadle, my boy. It's actually Don Cheadle. So, and I'm not he. He's in his 60s. So, no. Crispy Bacon says, have a good night. Thank you, bro. Yeah, because I'm definitely about to dip out in a few minutes. Agnes says, good night, Crispy Bacon. Thanks for being here. Yes, sir. Shawnee Shroup says, there's one behind you. What's your mother? Yeah, she's behind me. She's giving me the reach around right now. Uh, Martello modifies says I always tell them we can do it together. Don't know what that means. Faith says my dad tried to pet a black bear. I wouldn't try to pet them, but they can be friendly. That's what I'll say. Of I wouldn't fuck with any bear to be honest, but if you're most likely to have a friendly encounter with a black bear than another species of bear, like a brown bear or a grizzly bear or a Kodiak bear or a polar bear. Polar bears are the biggest of all of them and the most aggressive. Grizzlies and Kodiaks are right up there. But yeah, at least like I said, a black bear can be potentially friendly. I think they're usually more curious than anything. Crispy Bacon says, I live in Montana. Oh, okay. He said grizzlies are a real problem. Oh, yeah, Montana. I wouldn't want to live there because I like running every day. So I wouldn't want to run somewhere where I have to potentially encounter bears on my running trail. I wouldn't. Yeah, I would have to be restricted to gyms, and I hate running on treadmills. Face it, he tried a self deletion pack. I wanted to try it, but I didn't. Guys, some of you really, I would beseech you to seek professional help instead of airing your um airing your how do I put it, some of your psychological predilections here on online. Instead of talking about that with random people, talk about that sort of stuff with a professional who can help you. Jason W says, "Hey." Samuel Wong says, "George Floyd was a bad person. Do your research." What the fuck does that have to do anything with this live stream whatsoever? Not that I'm completely disagreeing with you, but that's neither here nor there. It's not relevant to this conversation whatsoever. I think you have mental health problems to bring up something completely irrelevant to a topic on which we're currently talking. Fucking weirdos. God damn. Um, Burnt Gummer says, "Fun fact, I'm a ghost." Fun fact, I don't care. Guys, I'm not talking about politics, so save that for a different day. Philip says I talk shit because I can back it up. At the end of the day, because I run every day, because I do Muay Thai, I can say whatever the fuck I want because you can't fucking stop me. The time, if you can beat me, then I listen to you. I don't respect any man who can't physically overtake me. So I'll say whatever I want to anyone I want because at the end of the day, I can fight. If you didn't know that about Just a Contrarian, at the end of the day, Just a Contrarian is a nerd who will say whatever he wants to say whenever he likes because Just a Contrarian can fight. You need to look at my older content. Some of you just jump on these streams, don't know anything about me, and you're going to learn today. I'm a nerd, but I can fight, so I don't give a fuck what you think. I do Muay Thai and I can run and I go to the gym. You can't beat me, and I'm older than most of you, but I can beat most of your asses. So if you come out of pocket saying some shit sideways or try to troll me, I don't give a fuck because at the end of the day, you can't beat me. So I'll talk shit because I can back it up, and I keep those tools on me too. Mm-mm. People, if you ask me what this channel is about, go to the description of the channel. I'm not going to tell you what it is when you can look it up yourself right there and it's right in front of you. You can literally click one button and go right there and it gives you a description of my channel. I'm not going to disrupt my whole stream just to tell you something that you could take but 5 seconds to do on your own initiative. Robert Max says, "Hell yeah, there are spirits." Uh, like I said, we don't have any evidence for it. It's an open possibility. It's just not a very good one. Crispy Bacon says lack of proof is not evidence of proof. So here's the thing. So you're I get the quote you're trying to use. Well, you misquoted it, but what you're trying to say is evidence of you're trying to say absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. That's what you're trying to say, Crispy Bacon. And actually that's kind of false. Um in the short term that's correct, but in the long term it's not. So yeah, in the short term, absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. But in the long term it is. If you look for something in every possible way, in every which way, for a long amount of time. So if you say ghosts or spirits or gods or demons, and humanity has been looking for these things for the past 2,000 years, and they've used every way in which way possible. They've looked empirically, they've looked conceptually, they've looked through formal math and logic, they've went all over the globe. They looked even out of space. Like they've done any and every possible thing they could do to try to find such phenomena, and it comes up empty. Then over time, given such insurmountable lack of evidence, then yes, the absence of evidence does actually become evidence of absence over time. So Jadish Mehta says, "Hi, I'm from India. What's up, Jagdish?" Shad says it's demonic. What is demonic? The belief in spirits or something else? Oh, demons. Okay. Hmm. Robert Maxey says, ever had a paranormal encounter? No. I mean, I've had experiences where someone can interpret it to be paranormal, but that's more on the subjective interpretation. So, like I said, if you already are someone who has a fantasy prone personality, you're more likely to ascribe something you don't understand to something paranormal than someone who doesn't already hold those beliefs, right? So, if you hear bumps and noises in the night, and you're already a person who is fantasy prone anyway, then you're going to ascribe those bumps and noises to something paranormal like ghosts or goblins or gremlins, stuff like that. And more than likely, it's just the natural bumps and noises that go on at night because of animals, because of wind rustling through the windows and the door, uh, the sounds the sounds of electrical wiring and lights, or the natural settling of the house. Like I said, if you know architecture, you know that old houses start to settle on their foundations, which gives off a little squeaky noises that you can hear at night when it's really quiet. So, so I've never had a paranormal encounter because, like I said, anything to which I didn't understand, I never thought that it was due to something supernatural. But other people may have, but I haven't. Regiment 65 says I'm Boulay. I'm far from Boulay. I did not grow up wealthy or with a silver spoon in my mouth. I had educated parents? Yes, but I didn't grow up wealthy. I've struggled. I'm not Boulay. If that's if you're referring to me, I'm not Boulay. If you think if you think just because a black man can speak articulately is boule, then that's more you're more talking about yourself than you're talking about than me. You're basically saying that you think low class is the standard for black, and that's not the case. If you think being low class, being inarticulate is the standard for black, then you're condescending, and I have no place for low value niggas like you. We're in the era of people like Kevin Samuels who told us to disregard low value niggas like that. Okay, we're all trying to be high value men here. We're trying to do better so we can take care of our families and take care of our society. We don't have time for knuckle dragging niggas sitting there mad at the world because they can't do better in their lives because they never amounted to anything and don't have the intelligence to do so, to try to insult men of value. uh, Robert Maxey's Skull and Bones Society. Yeah, that's a secret society. It's basically just, a college secret society. Both John Kerry and George W. Bush were Skull and Bones Society at the same time at Yale University. Harvard has its own secret societies as well. Um, like I said, I'll do a stream on that, but this is not the topic for that. And Guy Maynard says the guys isn't angry. No, I'm not. I throw back people's energy. You guys are used to content creators kowtowing to trolls, but you will not get there here because I actually have testosterone running through my nuts. And again, I can fuck any of you up, so I don't care what you think. Like I said, you, only a person if if you never done Muay Thai or MMA, you don't know. When you're someone who can do MMA or Muay Thai, you become more of a cocky person because you know at the end of the day you can handle yourself against most other people, which means you're not going to take that much shit from other people. Combat sports makes men more masculine, which means they're going to take less shit from lesser men. If you think that's being angry, that's just because you're a weak individual. You need to get a little bit of uh, Anderson Tate in your life, or his brother Tristan Tate. Was it Anderson Tate? Andrew Tate? Andrew Tate, sorry. You need some of that in your life. Stop being a bitch. Do some push ups. Come on. Cool Kid Bro says you kill babies in masonry. No, they don't. They do not kill. Dude, Freemasons have been surprisingly open about their initiation. They've actually shown the the the, the Washington D.C. Uh, Masonry Lodge uh, about 15 years ago shown their entire initiation ceremony on I think it was on the Discovery Channel, and I'm pretty sure it's here on YouTube. You can look it up. They will show you their entire initiation ceremony. There is nothing satanic. There is nothing that they do that's criminal as part of this initiation society. Even the mob doesn't do anything criminal as part of their initiation itself, other than all they do is like prick their fingers and say made a such and such burn. That anyway, I'm not going to the mob ceremony because I'm not trying to get in trouble with anybody. But anyway, the case being that you can go on YouTube or you can go to the Discovery Channel and they show the whole initiation ceremony of the Washington D.C. Freemasonry Lodge. There's nothing that they do that is bad. I'm not even talking about secret societies anymore because you people want to keep trying to change the subject from what my topic is. So from not from here on out till I close this out in a few minutes, I won't I won't address any irrelevant comments. Yeah, facts. The Freemasons do have a Christian foundation. Like I said, you don't have to be a Christian to join them, but you do have to have a belief in a higher power. And then from what my friends have told me who are Freemasons, um, you the higher up in degree you go, the more you have to in you have to um, embody certain Christian virtues. So even though you don't have to be a Christian, you just still end up um, kind of embodying certain Christian virtues in the Freemasonry sects. And for the Black Masons, the Prince Hall Masons, they're actually the oldest one in America. They're actually the only one that were actually accredited by the original Freemasons in Europe. Was the Black Masonry Lodge, the Prince Hall Masons, and they have a sister organization called the Seven. I think they're called the Seven Sisters or Seven Stars or something like that. So the women can join a society as well. But that's all I'm gonna say about secret societies today. Mm-mm. It's funny these little Gen Z people saying you rude. Man, grow some fucking nuts instead of sucking nuts like y'all little Gen Z faggots do. Shut up, fall way back. Get my nuts out of your mouth. A whole generation of pillow biters. Facts is in the winter months when food is scarce or mating months, black bears will most likely be much more aggressive than usual. Well, that makes sense. So I will seek to avoid them. There was a black bear in this neighborhood 2 years ago, just wandering around in the backyard, which I was like was scary as fuck because I usually work out. And I do my little shadow kickboxing in the backyard. I'm glad I wasn't out there at the time, but I was like, damn, because any given time I might be running around the neighborhood, and usually wild animals, if they see you running, they will chase you. So it was mere luck that I wasn't out there at the time. But I can't remember if I was working when that happened or I had already just worked out and then I saw it and then it was on the news and then people in the neighborhood actually had caught it on their cameras at the house. It was a black bear just wandering around here in Baltimore County. So it's weird. But he ended up apparently wandering all the way. I don't know if it was that bear or several bears, but either he or a bunch of other bears ended up wandering from Baltimore all the way through Columbia into like PG County and Washington D.C. area, and it might have been because, as you said, food was scarce, which caused them probably to wander around looking for food. Luckily, I didn't hear he attacked anyone. Crispy Bacon says that run and climb. Deserting Fox says I sub. Thank you, Deserting Fox, and thank you anyone else who subbed and liked the stream. I appreciate it a lot. I talk a lot of trash, guys, but trust me, I'm very appreciative of anyone who subbed and liked the channel. Also, if people haven't noticed, I only counterattack people. You don't see me attack anyone. I only counterattack people who just come here with like some some foul, come here trolling, foul energy I get is late at night, and it brings out people's darker behavior. Like literally, the darkness brings out people's darker behavior. Unfortunately, but on any given time, that's not going to work on me. Is Jess? Are you still here? If Jess, are you still here? Can you give me a shout out to let me know you're still here? Cast Blast is what we're talking about today. So today's topic is my continuation of paranormal subjects, and today was about are spirits real or not. Yesterday was about this how psychic readings are done, and the day before that was about astrology, and Wednesday night was on just paranormal topics in general. That was too broad of a topic, so I've broken it down into specific subjects each day. Bill says he definitely could whip y'all ass. Like I'm saying, Bill, they doubt me, but they can check out my other videos I've uploaded on my on my channel. So I mean, they can do whatever they want, but like I said, they they should be more scared of the guy who's calm and collected than I am, than the guy who's out there talking about they're gonna do this and do that. People who gotta go out and talk about how big and bad they are aren't that big and bad. It's the ones who are laid back and chill like me, just saying, okay, sure, go ahead and try me. I'll kick your ass. Those are what you need to be worried about. The people who are calm and collected. The reason people who can actually fight are calm and collected is because they can feel calmness while exerting violence because they have so much practice in doing so. This is why all of fighters that I've met in real life are some of the most chill dudes I've ever met. It's only when you are like actually like practicing with them, sparring with them, or heaven forbid competing against them that you feel the pure ferocity to which they possess. But on any time other than when they are actually practicing what they know, which is the ability to kill other people with their bare hands. These are the most laid back people I've ever met. All these Muay Thai, MMA fighters, BJJ players, Nak Muay, boxers, they are the coolest people I've hung out with or talked to. Cast Blast 1989 says I can fight okay myself, but I try my best not to fight. Exactly. Well, like I said, you're the typical example. People who can fight typically don't want to fight, and if they do have to fight, they're pretty confident in their abilities, so they don't get easily riled up by someone trying to troll them because they know at the end of the day, this person trolling them is sort of like the little dog behind the fence, barking and yelling, and as soon as that fence opens up and they see the big dog, they put their tail between their legs because they don't want that smoke. So, oh my, got to charge this phone. I've been up so long. Actually, it seemed like it was later than what it is. It's only been an hour 20. Oh, actually, no, that's not counting the earlier time I was on when the chat restarted. So, Deserting Fox, are you good man? Thank you. I try to be. We I flounder sometimes, but I try. People, luckily, my wife isn't moderating. She would be just throwing everyone like in, like she would just be like, just throwing them all in timeout. Agatha's nice. Agatha doesn't put all of you instantly in timeout, but my man Moonlit Fern, my wife, instant timeouts. Hmm. They don't upset me deserting foxes. Like I said, at the end of the day, they're just trolls behind the anonymity of a digital screen. None of them will actually walk up to me in real life and talk slick about me because they know they would what that's about. You can't hear the sound. Is everything good? Check check one, check two. My mic sounds right. Check three, check four. Everyone can hear me, hopefully. Hopefully you guys can hear me. All right, deserting fox, have a good night or day, whatever part of the world you're in. I should have gone myself too. I'm trying to call myself getting through the comments, but if I can't get through all of them, I'll just stop at a point where I'm comfortable. Thank you, number one stunner. Eggers Gonzalez says if Shannon Sharp stopped working out and just got old. First of all, Shannon Sharp is older than I am. Two, Shannon Sharp may lift more weights, but I am way more athletic than him. I, I run 10 to 13 kilometers a day. Then I do Muay Thai, and then I do the gym later on. I assure you, I'm more athletic than Shannon Sharp, and I don't have to wear some butt hugging jogging pants that look that look sus to show that I'm built. I mean, shout out to Club Shay Shay, but again, he's older than me, and I am way more athletic than he is. So to say if Shannon Sharp stopped working out and just got old is quite the reverse, my friend. So you played yourself. Congratulations. Mr. Bo says, bro, what's up? Mr. White says, stop lying. If you think I'm capping, then you can time out because what am I making up? This is Walker, don't talk it, bruh. Do you want to see my run tastic? Well, actually, I'm not shout like I'm not. Um, I'm not frazzled enough that I feel that I have to actually show you my whole running track app to show you my what I do. Just because you're a piece of shit in your life and you will never amount to anything because you're literally in some basement, some little Gen Z faggot retard who can't do anything real in your real life other than get online in the middle of the night and talk shit to a content creator. Doesn't mean that I'm lying because I don't have to lie about my abilities. I never have, never will. I have things on my wall that proves my accolades. You're just a loser behind the anonymity of a digital screen talking trash. So, break boards. No, I haven't. We didn't really break boards. Like the only traditional martial art where I used to where they would break boards was taekwondo. But I didn't stay in there long enough to break boards. I thought that was kind of dumb. Like most of the martial arts I do are more modern combat sports, so we don't really break boards in Muay Thai or MMA or in Jeet Kune Do or in Filipino martial arts FMA, Eskrima, um, nor in Savat or Penchat Salat. Actually, I think they might break boards in Penchat Salat. It probably depends on the style of Penchat Salat. Penchat Salat is a bunch of different is a family of a bunch of different styles coming from Indonesia, southern Philippines, Malaysia, and other parts of Southeast Asia. I think some of them do break boards, but for the most part, no, I have not breaking broke boards. Sorry. Vincent Moreno says, "Can you fight or do you just fight shadows?" um, yes, I can fight. I've had fought before. As far as when I said boxing, that's how you practice. Shadow boxing is your homework. Like shadow boxing is an indispensable thing to do as someone who practice combat sports. You need to practice every day. Just like in school, you have homework to do every day. For martial arts, you do shadow boxing every day to practice your footwork and your techniques and your combinations and your feints. These are things you need to do daily or at least multiple times a week. So, you know, even people who do nothing but just shadow box are probably better trained than the average person who does nothing every day. But it would be better, yes, if they also had like a heavy bag and they sparred and they did partner drills and they hit the focus and they use like the focus mitts or the Tide pads, all these sorts of things, as well as like the speed bag and double end bag, um, and the training dummies, stuff like that. But if you don't, if the only thing you can do is do like excuse me, shadow boxing every day, at least you're at least retaining some of your techniques and skills more so than the average person who literally does nothing and thinks they can fight just because they watch a few Marvel movies. Bricks, neither. Like I said, we didn't break boards or bricks. That's more traditional martial arts like karate, taekwondo, Hapkido, Tang Soto, Kuksowan, Kempo. Those are sort of traditional martial arts where you might break boards. You don't even really break boards in kung fu either. That's normally taekwondo and karate. They break boards, and it's usually for younger people to foster confidence in them. The boards are really brittle to make them easy to break, or they get the kind that break apart and you can reassemble. The bricks also usually are very brittle. So KC says your channel suck. Well, so does your mother, but we still use her. Vincent, he can't talk about it. I don't know what Vincent asked me, but like I said, I'm just trying to stay relevant to my original topic, which was the topic of ghosts and spirits and whether people believe in them being real or not. That's why I'm ignoring a lot of stuff. Carlton Way once says, "Wow." Spiro says, "I shadowbox bears." Well, you're a tough guy if you do. It's not a sippy cup that I had the water. It's it's a water it's a water container. I bring this with me to the gym. Crispy Bacon says I subbed and liked. Thank you, Crispy. I appreciate it a lot, brother. Vincent Romano says, "Do you fight the dark?" I don't even know how that makes sense. Amy says I sub. Thank you, Amy. Sparrow says I shadowbox paranormal figures. JJ Pearson says evil stuff is cray cray and yeah, well, if you say so. I just it seems every time my connection reconnects, I lose. It makes me lose time of the original time I've been on, so I don't know how long I've been on. But what's up, Amy? What's going on? She says I'm a believer. Spiro says Army Navy surplus. I haven't seen an Army Navy surplus in a long time. Usually, if I want anything, I'll just go on eBay, Amazon, or I need to get my veteran ID card so I can just go to the PX. But the closest PX to me is all the way in Fort Meade, uh, so that's still kind of far. If I need something, I'll probably just order it off of eBay or Amazon instead of taking that long trek out to Fort Meade. Amy says they're 100% real. Are you talking about spirits, Amy? You believe that spirits are real? She says I have one of my own. One of your own what? Are you referring to a spirit? Or are you talking about something else when you said you have one of your own? Now I'm curious what you mean. If Carlton Way wants his facts, they do not want to fight. Exactly. Don Darks is always little dogs, no cap. Yeah, everybody's seen it. Like everybody's seen like maybe either on Facebook or something else where you literally have these little dogs, or you might be just someone like walking like down the neighborhood, or you're going for a jog yourself like me, and you have these little you have these little dogs just right, but they're always behind a fence, right? And then because you what you'll see no the fun like the funniest thing it'll be some little dog yapping behind a fence and someone's walking their dog, but their dog is a big dog, like they're walking something like a I don't know, they're walking something like a pit bull or German Shepherd or a like a golden retriever or a Labrador, something like a mid to big sized dog, right? The big dog is just chilling, looking at the little dog with curiosity, like, and but the little dog going off behind the fence, and then they get to like a little gap in the fence, it is open, and the dog, and the little dog is running up between the fence, and then he gets to the little opening, and then he gets to where the big dog is. He's like, so that that that's what these people do online. These trolls, these keyboard warriors are the human equivalent of the little dog barking behind a fence. But if they actually got to see you in real life, as in the case of the little dog coming to the gap in the fence where the big dog is, they would they would shit themselves. Trolls are the equivalent of a little dog behind a fence. Amy Fox said she's demons. Met a demon? Wasn't Beetlejuice, was it? Cash 6479 says Mega Mind. I do not look like Mega Mind if that's what you said. With the huge head. Don Dark says thank you for your service. I see the dog tags. Oh, thank you. But these, but yeah, appreciate it. KGZD Dunn says love the goofy mood. Yeah, people think I'm upset just because I'm snapping back at trolls. They don't realize I'm just throwing the same energy back at them, but I'm not mad. I'm just showing them that they can't get me out of character because at the end of the day, I don't. At the end of the day, trolling is a very effeminate behavior. That's what I'm trying to try to try to get them to understand. I've actually done a whole stream on this uh, several weeks ago where I said bring toxic masculinity back, and I was saying everything that's called toxic masculinity is just healthy male behavior that has been kind of um, criticized in recent years by people who are very effeminate, and that and I've made the case that people who men who troll online is a very effeminate form of behavior because masculine men don't assault men from the anonymity of a digital screen. If a masculine man has a problem with another man, they will address them personally. They're not going to troll behind the anonymity of a screen. That's very effeminate for someone to do. That's why I keep getting them upset because I keep calling them what they are, a bunch of fanooks. Because if they were masculine, they wouldn't be sitting there being a bunch of keyboard warriors and launching insults and slurs from the anonymity of a screen. Like if you're someone who's racist, but you are a masculine racist, you'll come up to me to my face and say, "Hey, you are such and such," and I'm like, you know what? I hear you. I don't agree with you, and I'll beat your ass, but I respect that you said it to my face. So that's how I see it. Ruger Sticks says, "Good try, Diddy." He's saying to the guy who said, "Vote for him." Ruger Stick 3 says, "Y'all ignoring this chat. They can't get me out of character, Ruger. They try so hard." They're lonely, miserable people who are up middle in the middle of the night. But again, I wanted to address ghosts and stuff like that. And, for the most part, we did that. So we'll be moving on to the next topic tomorrow night, or tonight, as I should say, since it's already late. I need to find my remote so I can change my. I don't know where I put it. Might be sitting on it. Yep, I am. Fire stick. Anime opening full songs. Uh, Anime hits playlist. I think I already listened to this one. We'll see. KGZD Dunn says I'm sub now. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Soccer King says hi. Amy Fox gave me the thumbs up. You'll have to go more into details about the demons, Amy, when you get a chance. That might be for another stream, or people can reach out to me through my social media, like I said, Instagram, Facebook, or email. All the links are in my description. Once I upload this broadcast, you'll see links to my social media in the replay of this broadcast. Or you can just go to the about um on my channel, and in the in the about me info gives you all the links to my social medias, and it gives you a description of what this channel is about. So if people want to know why I'm a nerd, why I'm a martial artist, why I'm so sarcastic, it'll tell you why there. Part of why I'm so sarcastic is that I am Generation X, and we're kind of known for being snarky, which is what confuses a lot of Gen Z people. Because, see, a lot of Gen Z people are the children of Gen Xers, and we have manifestly different outlooks on life. Jesse says sound is fine. Thank you. Carlton Way says I can hear you. Thank you guys. Crispy Bacon says good sound. Appreciate it guys for verifying that you could hear me. Spiros says talk about how you shadowbox that bear. I didn't say that. I never said shadowboxing the bear. That was someone else that mentioned that. Um, I have never fought. I have never fought nor abused an animal. Only time I abuse an animal is like for scientific experiments, but I don't think that counts because abuse means intentional. So yeah, I've never fought an animal. Don't want to. Kyle, you do not call black people Negroes in their face every day. That I call a cap on that. I'm from Baltimore. I dare you to come to Baltimore. Dare you go up to some dude who's probably BGF. If you don't know what BGF is, you probably need to look up BGF. I dare you go up to some random dude in Baltimore. They're probably BGF, Blood, Crip, and say you bunch of N words. You will not make it out that community. I guarantee it. You are not making it out of Park Heights, Cherry Hill, Edmondson Avenue, Poplar Grove, Mondawmin. Yeah, you wouldn't last long here. So I call complete cap on you going up to people calling them Negroes. You do not do it, and you wouldn't do it. The only way you would do it is if you're living in a white neighborhood where they would be scared to clap back at you. Because here, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that anywhere here on the East Coast. Anywhere I've lived. Jersey, Philly, Baltimore, DC. Guarantee you wouldn't do it. Nor when I was in Chicago, you wouldn't do that there either. You wouldn't do that in any of the places I've been. You would never make it out. You're a keyboard warrior. You're a loser. You're an incel who lives online, and that's all you ever would be. If you got any pussy, you wouldn't have. You wouldn't be wasting time trolling people. Most of you trolls never don't get pussy. Now I'm going to straight up say it. You're mentally ill. You don't get pussy. The only bravado you can provide is online behind the anonymity of a digital screen where you can type on your keyboard furiously about how bad you are because in your real life you're pathetic losers who should just end your fucking lives and do the human gene pool a service. And that goes for everyone else too, this trolling and saying all this little um, racial slur stuff. That doesn't bother me because you're saying it from the anonymity of a keyboard screen. That only works on younger people. Again, I'm Gen X. When people actually had beef with each other, we saw each other in real life and fought it out. At 3 p.m. after school, you got beef. I'll see you at 3. It wasn't no typing on the screen that you're a such and such and such and such and such and such on behind a digital screen. That's very effeminate, soft Gen Z behavior. That doesn't affect people of my generation because that doesn't scare us. Only physical threat actually moves us. Tough Tony talk behind a screen will never bother Generation X person. Save that for other Gen Z retards like yourself. Mm-mm. Yeah, the comments are weird in constant glory. It doesn't bother me though because, like I said, the people who do this stuff are pathetic in their real lives. No man of substance, and let's be honest, all the trolls are males. They're not females. Females, by and large, don't troll. All these guys who are up in the middle of the night trolling a content creator are pathetic men in their real lives. They're not men of substance or of value. So that's why it doesn't bother me anything they say because these aren't the kind of people I would ever take seriously in real life anyway. But shout out to everyone just saying what's up. I just can't get through to everyone now because it's incredibly late. I'm just trying to get through the comments and then I'm going to bed. He's glad you're still alive. My phone died watching you. Damn. Yeah, I had to recharge mine too. I got it on the charger. Actually, yeah. And Constant Glory says, "Yo, I just want to say that I've been here for like only 2 minutes. I can tell you're a good person. Thank you, bro." Yeah, the entire content of this stream was about talking about paranormal topics. This one was particularly about spirits and ghosts. So we had some discussion up there earlier. but it's late, and that brings on more. Unfortunately, when it gets late, it brings on more trolls and people who tend to have mental health problems, which is why they're up late at night anyway. Now, for the people who live in other time zones in other parts of the world, it's completely understandable why they're up at this time. But for people here in the U.S., particularly in Eastern Standard Time or the Central Time, it's way above the time they should be in bed for a normal person who works in the day, unless they work the night shift. But for the most part, these are trolls and people who are mentally ill, and so it doesn't really bother me what they say or think because they're really not people of value to take seriously. No one of value would be up late at night trolling a content creator, so I can't really take them seriously. But I will continue with my paranormal topics tomorrow as well. I haven't decided what I'm going to do. Um, People have been mentioning secret societies. I will do that, but not tomorrow because I don't think secret societies is really a topic of the paranormal. Um, but I'll probably do something else like UFO or aliens or something. We'll see. Yeah, and Constant Glory Tony was someone I've blocked twice, and he keeps changing his username. So he's lucky I'm not on a PC live stream. So if I was on a PC live stream, when I block them, it will block their ISP, which means they can't get back onto my channel permanently. Because I'm only doing a vertical live stream, they can only ban their username, but they can keep coming back under the same ISP. But if once I start doing PC live streams, once I block people, it will block them permanently from the ISP. Like they will literally have to use a different internet service to come back on and harass me on this channel. So I will be doing a PC live stream soon. I've been doing these verticals because they're more intimate where I can talk with people. But as the audience grows, I'll probably have to use a PC live stream where I can um, make it more manageable, as well as have more moderators too. All my moderators stepped out for the night. Unfortunately, I can't find my number one, Miss Needle.
For low prices, for fast shipping, for holidays with pets, there's Chewy. Discover Fairytales like no other in the world with a firefighting electrolytes found in natural tears.
Darwin says Marvel or DC both. People who are real people don't have to choose between them. You can love them both. No, I'm not a black belt. Black belt is again the guys. They're literally hundreds of martial arts styles, and most of them don't use a belt system. The belt system started in Japan and spread to Korea. Most other martial arts don't use a belt system. The belt system is more ubiquitous in America because American martial arts prefers that to show progress for little kids because in America most of the students are little kids. But we don't use black belts in boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai, and MMA. The black belt literally started in the art of judo, and then spread to karate, and then spread to kempo, and then taekwondo and other Korean arts. But any style that's not Japanese or Korean that uses a black belt is probably not a good martial art. Facts is there's an Army Navy surplus 15 minutes from me. Been there since before I was born. There used to be an Army surplus near me when I was a teenager, but it's closed. Because I went there and bought my first Army duffel bag, and I turned it into a heavy bag when I was 14 years old. But there's not a lot of Army surplus stores anymore. A lot of them have gone out of business where I live because a lot of people would probably go to the bigger sporting goods stores like Dick's Sporting Goods or um, what's it called, REI warehouse, or one of those other or Walmart. So like Walmart and all those big sporting good uh, uh, franchises put the Army surplus stores out of business. So a lot of stuff I would buy at Army Navy surplus stores now, and I'll buy it on eBay, which is actually good in a way because it's cheaper. But I miss the convenience of being able to have one like in the neighborhood. But that's just the case with a lot of neighborhoods nowadays. A lot of the old mom and pop type outlets have closed, especially when you introduce Walmart into a community. It kind of kills the local the local retail stores. Nancy says, "Hello, how are you? I'm doing well. Going to bed though." I've never seen so many undiagnosed mentally ill people. And consequences, yeah, they lie about everything, but the stuff they let you know these days is stuff that humans have known since the beginning, but just forgot. Mm. Kelly and Darkson says, saw the title. What are your thoughts on it? So you're the first one to actually address the title. So I appreciate you for that. So you're probably gonna be the last one I address before I end this live stream. So my thoughts on it are, as far as the evidence or lack thereof for spirits, um, I see no reason for believing in them, but that doesn't mean that they don't exist. Um, it's just that the evidence doesn't support believing that there are. There may be a time where we might find reasons to believe that there are spirits because, as I stated 3 hours ago, because theoretically our psychological connectedness can survive beyond our physical life, there's the possibility that our psychological connectedness exist in some other substance after our death. And when I refer to psychological connectedness, this is the way we talk about in cognitive science of our all the things that make psychologically who we are, our personality, our memories, our quasi memories, our thoughts, our beliefs, our desires, and our stream of consciousness. All of this makes us is our what makes us what we are as a person, as opposed to just what we are physically. For the most part, what we are as a person uh, coincides with what we are physically, but we know that that can exist beyond our physical existence, theoretically, anyway. So maybe there's a case that spirits are those very things, people who have whose psychological connectedness has survived beyond their physical life. But I don't know how no one who's studied this stuff has produced any evidence for it. That is, like parapsychologists. That is, um, so my thoughts on it is that it's highly dubious that there are spirits, and everything that we've shown that was supposed evidence for it has been debunked. But again, that doesn't leave that doesn't mean there's not a that it's not conceivable that there are spirits. It's just that we have no reason for believing there are any as of yet. But it is, I mean, at least it is conceivable. But of course, conceivable is a very low level possibility. So that's my thoughts on it, guys, and that's where I'm going to end this. And I'll see if there's any other relevant comments before I leave. But that's probably where I'm going to end this. Facts of science guys used to use pig fetuses and frogs to dissect. Well, we still dissected frogs. I remember we dissected frogs in the seventh grade. In the sixth grade, we dissected worms as a part of our when we were transitioning to middle school, well, junior high school actually in Illinois. But when in Illinois, when we were in transition into junior high school, to get us introduced to the level of science experimentation we would do in junior high, they had us dissect worms. Of course, I let my partner do the whole thing, but in the seventh grade, we dissected frogs. That's where we, had to do our first vivisection. Vivisection refers to animal experimentation. It's called vivisection. So we did that, and then in college, once I became a psych major, but with an emphasis on biology, I had to do a lot of experimentation on brains, not human brains, unfortunately, because human brains are too expensive. They were usually like sheep brains, um, and on other animal body parts like lungs and all sorts of stuff. But anyway, I love vivisection because the wet labs really give you appreciation for physiology and how much of how much of a extraordinary machine the body is. Um, I don't know where that leads us from a talk on spirits, but again, like I said, I think it's a good place to end it at. I just kind of shared my view on why I find belief in spirits to be highly dubious, um, coming from the fact that there's very little evidence to support it. all the mods are gone and grow with Alex, so I'm the only one left. So that's why I'm about to end the stream because most of the comments don't deal with the topic, and there's no point in addressing trolls ad nauseum.
At J.A.C, we stand behind our members because we were founded by members. That's why we're the #1 consumer-driven health plan with federal recourse. J.A.C, health and dental benefits, federal free.
Oh my, I did, but yeah, I have like six moderators, but it's all a bad time of day for them because yeah. But good night to everyone, or good day to those who are on the other side of the globe buying the weed. Guys, you can watch this in full once I upload this on for replay. Um, and you can check out my other previous live streams or my other long form videos as well as my YouTube shorts. You can go to my community tabs to check out stuff that I've talked about. Um, you can give me a like and a subscribe. Please share the content if you would. You can hit the bell for notifications for for future content to know when I'm uploading it. If you want to show me any support, you can sign up for my memberships. I do have membership only content available. It's mostly on training. So for folks who are questioning about martial arts and stuff like that, I do a whole workout to teach people like sort of like hybrid Muay Thai from the comfort of your own home. You can do it right there in your bedroom. Like I do it literally in my bedroom to show you you can do it right there in your bedroom. Um, I give like a little stretching routine from Army PT. Uh, I do I do a bunch of push-ups to I burn out just to show you that I am physically capable. And I didn't like the result of the numbers that I put up for that stream, but at least it shows you I am about that. um, what else I have in I think that's pretty much it for the membership only content. I also have some membership only content up in my community tabs too. Um, I think some of the women might like it because I when I do streams or my videos, I really will show my physicality. But in my videos where I'm doing work, where I'm actually working out, I do it shirtless. Not to thirst trap, but just because I don't work out with a bunch of clothes on, so I'm not going to put on a bunch of clothes when I'm doing a video when I'm working out because I want to show what I would do like if I'm actually working out. So, but you guys can check that out if you want to sign up for my memberships or show me support by getting a membership, or you can also show me support through doing for hitting the super thanks. You can give me a super thanks, or you can go to the links in my description and you can cash at me or Venmo me, or you can buy me a coffee. There's an actual app says buymeacoffee.com where I do actually drink a lot of coffee during the daytime. For when people see me doing my streams early during the day, you'll see me sipping coffee. Um, so if people want to support me there, they can. And on the Buy Me a Coffee app, when you donate there, or if you sign up for a membership on Buy Me a Coffee, we can chat on that platform as well. I also have a Patreon. I keep forgetting to tell people I have a Patreon, but I don't have anything uploaded to my Patreon. But I do have one, and I keep forgetting to mention to people that I have one. But you can add, you can sign up to that. But that's it, guys. So again, like I said, if you wanna, you can leave comments once this is ended, and from there, leave me comments or thoughts or whatever, and I'll respond to them if they are if they are appropriate. Or you can see this in its entirety when I upload it for replay. And I will continue on to more paranormal topics for the next couple of days, just to round it out, because there's a lot of topics that can be come under the come under the rubric of paranormal or occult or extra scientific. So I'll probably do that for a few more days before switching off to something else. I'm doing this just to take a break from all the political stuff I've been talking about for the past month since the election. Almost for like the past 2 months, I wanted to take a break from that. I'm not very political, and I found myself being seen as someone who's a very political person, and I really am not. So I had talked about that for 2 or 3 months straight. I still talk about it sometimes in my YouTube shorts, but it's not everything that I talk and think about. So I wanted that to be reflected in my content as well. Then, like I said, if people want to reach out to me, they can do so through my uh, con, social media uh, pages on Instagram, Facebook, or email, and all of that will be linked in my description as well. And by the way, my moderators aren't just here in the States. I do have them in different time zones in different parts of the world. So it's just that all of them are doing other things. Some of them are YouTubers themselves, so they have their own strength, so they have their own content to moderate as well. I have one who's a very sweet and beautiful German musician in Germany. So she's there. I have someone in the Philippines by my wife who's currently in the Philippines. She moderates for me from there as well, and here. Um, I have a friend in Thailand, so he's around a similar time zone as the Philippines as my wife. So he does his thing, but again, he's a YouTuber himself. I have another content creator who's in the UK and Britain. She does her thing. I haven't seen her in a while. Actually, no, I'm sorry. She's not a moderator. She's just a fan of the of my content. Um, I have there's a friend I know in Korea. I would really like her to ask her if she would like to contribute. If J Kim, or if you're watching this, or if you watch this on the replay, if you'd like to be a moderator, let me know in one of the comments. Um, because I I would respect you if your moderation, because we've talked in many comments, so I can trust your judgment. Who else I have? I have a guy who's a New York City police officer. He's one of my moderators. I haven't talked to him in a few weeks, but he's a moderator. And I just added a friend who's also in New York City, but she's in bed because we're in the same time zone. She was on earlier, actually helping me moderate. Um, and I think I, I think that's everyone. I try. No, I think I added a new person as well. I can't remember, but those are all my moderators that I can remember. Um, Unfortunately, they're all doing the other things, so we'll see. And I have a few people who are asking me to be moderators too, and I say, well, hey, let me get my numbers up as far as the people in the chat. Once I get the numbers up, I'll add more moderators because I'll need them. Carlton Way says vertical live streams attract a lot of trolls. I saw another black content creator being harassed by racist trolls. See, the thing is, you can only be harassed by them if you actually let them get under your skin. And for me, I don't care. Like I've seen a bunch of little racist comments, and you notice I pretty much ignored it. I didn't even acknowledge it for the most part because it doesn't bother me. Anyone who has to be racist behind a screen isn't someone to be scared of. So what you do is you just block them and keep it moving. Now I will snap back because here's the thing: because I'm Generation X, I'm used to cracking jokes. My generation, we crack jokes on each other as a pastime. So when people come here trying to roast me, I will roast them back, and people mistake that for anger. It's not anger. It's a quirk of my generation that we like to roast other people because we grew up in a generation where I don't care what you call it, snapping, cracking, joning, busting, playing the dozens, um, whatever you called it, we insulted each other as a pastime. So anyone who tries to come here with insults should realize they're gonna get it back. They're gonna get it back, and I don't think it brings down the quality of the content. It just shows that I don't put up with shit, and I think it's funny too because they are so surprised when you give it back to them, especially because they're Gen Z and they're not used to hearing words that they don't think content creators are supposed to say, but not realizing I don't give a fuck at the end of the day. And I'll call them exactly what I want to call them. But aside from that, I hope they've enjoyed as much as I've enjoyed. But I'm going to go to bed, guys. So I was hoping to look for my man's super chat to get shout out to Sky who's left me a super chat, and I cannot find it on here. I'll see it once I upload this, and it's going to show me the the super the supers that I received, but it won't show it here, unfortunately. And I wanted to really give him a shout out before ending the live stream to see how much he sent me. I wanted it to show it here, but my chat room glitched earlier and wiped out all the previous information. Carlton Way says if ghosts are real, I wonder if they travel to different planets or are they stuck here on this Earth. That's a good question. That was something when I was a kid I wondered too, because if especially if you start learning, that might be a subject for another day too. When you hear of stuff called astral projection, out of body experiences, they actually touch on that. And some of these people who claim to astral project claim that they can astral project all the way into other solar systems and galaxies. And it's dubious because they really can't describe the stuff that they've seen. So they is really dubious. But yeah, and then it depends. Like so, this is why I like Ghostbusters because they give a classification of the different. There's like 7 classes of spirit in the spiritual realm according to the Tobin's Guide of 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 uh, of the afterlife in Ghostbusters, and so some of them are stuck to just like being in a particular locale, whereas some of them are called free roaming vapors, and they can go anywhere, like they're not stuck to any particular place. So Ghostbusters is great for that. Anyone still asking me, can I really fight? I'll just say, go look at my content. Mm. Carlton says if scientists want to upload the consciousness to a computer after a person dies, then is the spirit uploaded too, a true ghost in the shell? Well, first of all, I'm not sure if consciousness really exists. Like, notice when I talked about psychological connectedness, one of the things I didn't mention was consciousness. That was deliberate because most of us in cognitive science, who are trained in cognitive science, cognitive research, find the whole concept of consciousness dubious. Like I said, I mentioned things like personality, memories, quasi memories, stream of consciousness, which is like you're just like which is just another way of talking about like your chain of thoughts, as well as talking about thoughts individually and beliefs and desires. That makes up your psychological connectedness, and at least it is at least um, theoretically possible or conceivable that that one could personally survive. That means your person, your personhood, your psychological connectedness can survive physical death. Although I don't see how it could, but it is conceivable that it could be uploaded either into another body, into a clone of yourself, or either into a machine. Um, but to say then is the spirit uploaded too, that's sort of like a different subject because if you're talking about psychological connectedness, that's what is the thing that survives. Um, I don't think it would be a third substance as well, like mind, body, and spirit. I think spirit is just another way of talking about a person's values in a very sloppy way. Because when you talk about the psyche, psyche is an old Greek word which refers to the soul or the spirit. So mind and spirit were really always pretty much talking about the same thing. But I don't. But to believe that mind, body, and spirit are three separate substances means there's now three different substances to make up reality. Where I can see people thinking, being dualists, thinking that mind and body are two separate substances to make up the world. But to introduce a third substance, the way maybe Descartes wanted to as well, I just don't buy that. I don't think if the spirit and mind would be two separate substances. I think they are one and the same. But I, being a hard nosed physicalist, thinks that the mind and the body, the mind brain is one thing, that there is no mind without the brain. The brain is the mind is the brain. Because most, again, people who train in cognitive science believe in some sort of mind brain identity thesis where they kind of see them more or less as the same thing. Or if I wanted to be more pedantic, I would say the mind is what the brain does, which is, like I said, how I, even though it is conceivable that one psychological connectedness can survive after physical death, I don't see how, since that very psychological connectedness is the activity of the physical brain. So, but to get into that, we'll get into a whole conversation about the philosophy of mind, which has to be a separate topic. And I've also actually done a previous conversation on that in a stream many months ago that you can check out if anyone is interested.
I'm here to tell you, consider getting health insurance.
So that's enough nerdiness for me, guys, for the night. If you do get through if you guys do watch the replay, you might just skip through some of the trolling. But other than that, I do put out actual information and I respond to other people's comments in good faith. What happened to my? Oh man, did it run out? Hmm. Anyway, some of these messages are hilarious. Moonlit Fair says, I'm here, fam. What's up, Moonlit? I'm actually about to go. Catherine says, hey, Contrarian. What's up, my little lovely Catherine? Um, guys, they were trying it with me today, but I've hung in there for 4 hours, so I'm gonna go. Um, do I ever sleep? Of course. I get in my little cat naps, but can never rest. I'm joking. Guys, my Moonlit Fern is here. He ain't playing with y'all. Oh, Catherine, I was saying, I did ask you the other day. Didn't I say, I asked you if you wanted to be a mod, right? If you do, I definitely wouldn't mind adding you here to help me out. Brandon said, dang, man, you've been live for like 8 hours. Nah, I actually lost count because every time my live disconnected, bro, it lost count. Usually every time, that's the first time it did that. Usually every other time where it would reconnect, it would still keep the same timer. This is the first time it's done that, so so just eyeballing it. I know it's been about 4 hours. Let me actually look at the time. Oh yeah, it's 3:35. Oh shit. Yeah, it's been 4 hours, bro. Yeah, so you're like half right. I definitely got to bounce. Vincent, yeah, bussin' is a Philly term. If yeah, I don't know what part of the country you're from. Bussin' is a Philly term. In Baltimore, we say cracking. DC, they say jonin. Philly, they say bustin'. In New York and New Jersey, they say snapping. In LA, they say playing the dozens. It all means the same thing. Catherine G says I've astral traveled. You need to astral travel here, Catherine, so I can see you. Moonless says I pulled my tendon on the top of my right foot. Oh, that that just ow. Oh, that just sounds like it hurts. Moon says like, sharing, and sub guys, and hit the super chat. You know what's messed up, Moonlit, is like someone sent me a super chat earlier, and because my live stream reconnected, it won't show it, so I won't see it until I end the stream, and it cut off my timer. So every time it reconnected 3 times today. So every time it reconnected, I lost the time. That's why I didn't know how long I've been on until I just checked the time now. And it's 3:35 in the morning, so I need to go to bed. I will usually be getting up in an hour from now. Catherine says consciousness is being researched in psychology. It is, but we have different types of consciousness we study in cognitive research, and some of them we find more dubious than others. So I'll go into it in a different day, but I also have talked about it in a previous video. So I just don't want to get into it here because today I was talking about spirit, the existence of spirits, and so I didn't want to go too far into something delving into like the philosophy of mind and stuff like that. Mona says super chat is bottom right on your screens. Head but the like button. Thank you. Catherine says not to me, soul and spirit are two different things. Well, yeah, I I find it all dubious, but they're usually they're roughly synonymous terms, or at least they are co-referential. I'll say that they are typically seen as co-referential terms. Now, ghost and spirit aren't synonymous, but soul and spirit are roughly synonymous or co-referential terms. Moonlight says, "Be respectful, chat." Man, they've been anything but respectful. They've been all out of pocket for 3 hours. Moonlight says, "More likes and love." Who? Wait, who? Someone called me cute. Oh, not again. Oh, it's not the Indian guy, is it? Like, is it that dude Abdul Abdur? There's a guy who said that a few days ago, and all the men checked him in the chat room for it. We was like, "Yo, you don't call another man cute." He was like, "There's nothing wrong with calling a man cute." I was like, "Yeah, it is, bro." I was like, "Dude, you are definitely in the questioning part of the LGBTQQ2SIPAA. You are that Q for questioning, because he even said that he doesn't find thinking about men sexually to be a problem. I'm like, everyone checked him in the chat room, Moonlit. We was like, nah, son, nah, son, nah. Definitely no Diddy. He was like all Diddy, man. And so he tried to play it off. So he came back into the stream another day. He was like, "What's up, big man?" I was like, "Now you're overcompensating." Like, cause no one says to another grown man, "What's up, big man?" That's what you say to a kid. Like you say to a little, a little dude. You like, "Hey, what's up, big man?" And they smile at you because they feel all respected. You call them big man, but you don't call another grown man big man. It's like he was obviously compensating because he was mad. The other day I was like, then I told him, "Yo, don't call me handsome." You know what I'm saying? He was like, "So you guys never said thought that guy is a good looking man?" I was like, "Not in my motherfucking life, no." I was like, the most I've ever shown respect to another brother by saying, "Yo, homie right there is fly. Like, yo, I'm trying to be like you when I grow up, son." Like, that's the most respect like two grown straight men have shown to each other, at least in my community. I can't speak for his, um, but yeah, let me not get off subject because I'm trying to go to bed. But it's just funny. I didn't see who called me cute, but that was the dude who did so the other day. Catherine says, "I think so. I'm happy too." Kathy better stop playing. I'm a bunny hopper now, and I will. Let me stop. I'm messing with you, Catherine. I'm messing with you. Oh, I know who's the other person I made a moderator. It was I think it was Jake's wife. That's okay. Yeah, that's who it was because it was Agatha, and then it was Jake's wife. I think I made a moderator. I think I'm still trying to find Miss Needle. She was on the other day, Moonlit. Miss Needle briefly showed up, then she disappeared. I'm really worried about her. If has she been on your streams at all? Catherine says, "LOL, I'll work on that when I go to my Kundalini activation process in about an hour's time." All right, you better astral project over here. But if you catch me in a state of undress, I'm just saying. I'm playing. Catherine says it goes with anything. Moonlight first is a dude. I'm like, whoa, he tripping. Yeah, that's out of pocket, man. They don't, people get comfortable behind the screen, letting their freak flag fly. Too comfortable. Captain says left my so. Captain says I think Moonlight would like me to astral travel to him too. Oh snap! Oh snap! You heard that Moonlit? We about to summon the Great Spirit. BSK said what's up. Lola's. How do you say it? Is that Lolas? Lolaslas? He says keyboard Rambos. I know, right? These dudes be like these dudes be like the legends in their own mind behind a keyboard. Just AR-15ing it up on the keyboard. Eric, what's up, bro? Eric wrote this says, "What's the topic?" It was about spirits. For the for the past 4 days, I've been doing topics on paranormal because people always come into my live streams every time I talk about science and philosophy, talking about paranormal topics. So I had the idea, why don't I just do a topic on paranormal topics? So I started that Wednesday, and this has been the fourth day of it. I'm gonna do another one later tonight as well. Moonly says, "LOL with what the hell is going on? Everyone's sus." Oh, it's been you don't even see if you if you see this on replay, you'll see it was some serious man. I like for the most part, I just ignored it, man. Like it's either been like dudes that were either super racist or super under the in the closet, and some of them were a combination of both. The trolls like I said that the anonymity of being behind the screen coupled with the anonymity of doing something late night brings a lot of the worst behavior out of people and is typically when people who are mentally ill come out to play. Catherine G says, "Let me know when you what you are doing so that I can watch." Watch what? Sorry, Catherine. No, no, actually, I'm gonna hit you up with IG too. And you said you did. You said you did think Misty the cat was cute. She is a little cute cat. She's good. She can be annoying though. She's like a little princess cat. Like I'm supposed to let her out whenever she goes. She's like a kid. She'll go outside, come in to eat. Then once you let her back out, then come back in. I'm gonna treat you like a kid. When you go out, Misty, you stay out. But you saying she's a cute cat. She's good. They everyone else in the house uh, gets on her nerves though. But she and Misty and I get along well. But yeah, you need to astral project so I can show you some things on some things on some things on some things on some things. I'm playing. I'm playing. Captain says, "Yep, for sure." Captain says, "Your next stream." Oh, my next stream. Okay. Yeah, my next stream is. I'm gonna try to do it earlier. Today I was out late because I was out with my friend doing DoorDash. Um, that's why I was late last night doing my stream because I also did DoorDash with him. I'm not gonna do it Sunday today because he does it late at night when I don't want to be out. I really don't like being out past 9 p.m. unless I'm like out doing something. But yeah, I'm not gonna be out doing DoorDash with him tonight. So I should start my stream around 9 because I tried to start it around 9 the other day, and then I was out with him late, and then I was out late with him as well this night. I'm not gonna do it this night, so I should be able to start my stream around 9. So that's when I started, Catherine. But I'm gonna hit you up on IGs when I get off in like 5 minutes, though. Okay. Catherine G says you made her that way. No, she's not my cat. That's my. Well, she's technically the family cat, but my mother found her because my cousin went to get a cat, and my mother went with her, and they both picked up separate cats. My mom got the girl because she thought the girl would be less uh I don't know, less active than the boys, but she don't know female cats can be just as wild as male cats. So I didn't choose her. Like my mom chose her, and she's technically the family cat. But I didn't make her that way. My mother and my niece and nephew spoiled the cat. She has her own little water fountain. If you haven't seen my videos, you can see she has her own little water fountain. I don't even have a water fountain. Like she has a water fountain with her little plate of food right next to it. She has her little scratching posts and toys all over the house. um, I didn't make her like all spoiled. That's the family did that. I mean, she got her own water fountain. Even our previous cats didn't have a water fountain. They spoiled her. Moonlit says I got hit hard on my live. They clipped it and made many videos about it. And yeah, Cat and Vinny love you. They my homies. I appreciate it. What did they do to your live? You said they clipped it. What happened? Catherine says LMAO. She think I'm playing. Watch. You'll see, Catherine. She said, with astral projection, you are an observer. I have never been able to interact with whom I'm visiting. Yeah, I mean, from what I read about astral projecting when I was a kid, when I was a, like I said, I was a geeky little kid, so I read about all this stuff. Do you guys remember the Time Life series, Mysteries of the Unknown? Remember Time Life series used to do a whole bunch of little mini series of books, and the first one they started off with was called Mysteries of the Unknown. That came out around like 1990, and I never got bought that book collection. So what I did, I just went to the library and read it, and so that's when I got my interest in stuff like ESP, remote viewing. Um, Especially because since I was in martial arts, I wanted to see if ESP was real because I thought it could like elevate my martial arts because I watched too much kung fu movies. But anyway, yeah, so I was all into that stuff. So I read about all that stuff when I was like 13, 14, 15. Catherine G says, awesome. Catherine G says, females are more pretentious. Even the cats? She's, I don't think she's pretentious. She's just more spoiled. Like, I don't know. I don't know. She's like a, she's like, I don't know, like, I don't know. She's just like, I imagine like a little girl being like that. Cause she comes to me because she know I'll actually like do whatever she asks me, whereas everyone else in the house would ignore her. Kevin says, "Sure, sure, you had no input at all." I didn't. I look. I'm not the one who gave her a water fountain. Feeds her whenever she's hungry. Well, I'll let her outside the house whenever she wants, but she's just there on the patio in the back. That's all, chilling in the patio. Maravik Hernandez says Mr. Beast donated $1,000. I wish that was to me. I wish I got $1,000 on this live stream. Now I don't know how much of a super chat I got, but I'm gonna find out when I end this. And if I see 1,000, I wish. Well, if I did, honestly, I would give all that to the wifey. But me and Catherine are gonna have a little tryst first. BSK is DoorDash worthwhile. You mean is working for DoorDash worthwhile, or you mean ordering from them? Now, ordering from them is good, but you're gonna pay a bunch of fees. I think I think Grubhub is cheaper than DoorDash. But some people, it actually, I think it depends on the location and what you're ordering. Sometimes DoorDash can be cheaper. Sometimes Grubhub can be cheaper. Uber Eats, I'm not sure. Uber Eats is sort of similar to both DoorDash and Grubhub. As far as working for them, I don't know. I don't work for DoorDash. I was actually, my friend was working for them. I was just helping him out and basically keeping him company. So I can't say which, I can say which one is worthwhile working for. I think roughly, if you work for either three, they're probably roughly equal. Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub. What's the other one? Postmates. Postmates is another one. Moonlit Friends is out. Pets own us. True indeed. Catherine G says you don't want to know. What do I want to? What don't I want to know? I want to know it all. She said it is real. Everyone has the potential to develop it. Okay. Moonlit Friends says they clip my live streams, call me a racist, but then called me retarded and a effort and made multiple accounts. It got real for a hot second, like real bad. Dag, man. See, if we were doing streams at the same time, if we weren't doing streams at the same time, I could have came in as a moderator. I would have just clipped people left and right, just time out, time out, time out, time out, time out, time out. Fenton says, "Show us a punch karate, man." I've done that. Go, hey, memberships are only $2.99. Vince, um, do my. You can sign up for my membership, member only content. I do an entire video teaching people how to do like basic Muay Thai from the convenience of their home, from their own bedroom. Check it out. I do a whole it's about roughly an hour and a half long of me showing people hybrid Muay Thai. So you can, for $2.99 you can do that, or you can go into, after the stream is over, you can go into my catalog of videos that says martial arts training, and I have a bunch of videos. I have a video of me doing Muay Thai in Pattaya, Thailand. I have a video of me doing Penchat Salat in Bali. Okay. Uh, in my community tabs, I show pictures of me doing modern arnis in Manila, Philippines. Uh, I have another video of me doing a demo of Jacundo here where I live. Um, I have another one of me hitting a speed bag. All these things are on already uploaded on my content, man. So you can either watch the free videos that are in my martial arts training section, or if you want to actually see me like doing uh, an entire workout regimen, then sign up to my membership for $2.99, and you can watch all that stuff on there. Captain G says talking cats. I'm not pretentious at all. He he he. I bet. We're gonna find out. Vincent says Moonlit. Whoa, that's crazy. Yeah, man. Catherine says so she has you wrapped around her little paw. Well, I just like little I just like animals. Like it's not her so much. I'm just like kind to pets because they're just innocent creatures. Like when I was at my grandmother's house for like 3 months this summer, my cousin owned a dog, and I used to feel so sorry for the dog because he was always locked up in the back because my grandmother doesn't want him roaming around the house. But then they don't also walk him either, so he's just literally stuck in his little kennel all day long until they let him out in the backyard to do his business. But by the time they let him out to do his business, he's already pooped in his kennel or somewhere in the house already. And I kept feeling so sorry. I was like, oh, come on. I was like, nah, I'm a walking man. And, I never got the okay from my cousin to walk him because I would have walked the dog. Not that it's my responsibility, but I just wanted, I didn't want to see him cooped up in a kennel like that all day. That's not natural for a dog. It's not natural for any animal, really. Then she had a box turtle that she kept in water all day. And I'm like, does she not know the box turtles stay on land most of their life? They're not just in water all day long. I was like, she really does not know how to take care of her pets. But for me to say anything to her. Plus, she's a cop, so I'm not trying to get into an argument with her. Catherine says, "LOL, I'll be in leaving in about 20 seconds." Well, I'm gonna be off in a few minutes off of here, so I'm gonna hit you up. All right, so I'm gonna hit you up on Instagram. Can you make sure you check it, please? Sakuraki says, "What's your favorite martial arts movie?" Well, as far as skew from this topic, I don't have a favorite. If so, it'd probably be the blood sport or kickboxer. She said, "Sure." All right, so guys, I'm out. Thank you, Mulifern, for coming in. Sorry about what happened on your live stream. We're gonna coordinate so that we can be on each other's stream moderating. Well, unless you're like late at night, but if yours ain't too late at night, I don't mind moderating to keep the trolls at bay. We gotta we gotta defend the orcs, defend ourselves from the orcs. You know what I'm saying? True Lord of the Rings style. Got to light the light the fires of what's the name of the kingdom? But yeah, all right, bro. I'm tired, so I can't even think of my words, and I'm a Lord of the Rings nerd. So I'm gonna go. Thank you for everyone that contributed. Everyone, I know I couldn't get to everyone. I'm sorry. It was just impossible to do so because at the max there was like 70 to 80 people in the stream who all left comments, random comments. Some of them, spam the chat room, so it just made it impossible to get to everyone. And it's been over 4 hours. So with that being said, if I missed anyone, you still want me to really answer something, leave it in the comment section, folks. Thank you to everybody. He said, just describing y'all gotta defend yourselves against the Urks. Yeah, they were the worst of the orcs because those were the ones they were tinkered with by Saruman to be more vicious because he was going to use the Urks to try to even overthrow what's his name as well. That didn't work, but whatever. All right, guys. So gotta go. Peace out. Um, check you guys later. Thank you for Sky again for leaving me a super chat. I'm finally get to see how much he was able to contribute, and I'm gonna go speak to Catherine. Talk to you guys later. Thanks, Moonlit, again. Hit me up, bro, so we can coordinate, so we can help moderate each other live streams.